Alright, now I'm curious. Let's see how this looks. It's a little bit hard to tell, even in a recording setup, how it looks. So I'll be curious to see how it looks as soon as it's done having its little lag session there. But when in doubt, we refresh the page, for it is all we know. Here we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good, actually. Get my cursor off the screen there. Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright, cool. So, welcome one and all to a very relaxed stream. Despite having like an actual like speedrun tab in the top, this was more just like spur of the moment than anything else. So I just honestly felt like playing the game. I think part of it was doing part of the training ground while Icarus was streaming it and like doing certain rooms. Just like really got me the urge to play it again. So, for the record, if anybody does actually care about it being a proper speedrun time, it is all dungeons, and the only heart containers I'm picking up are just things from the bosses, just the actual heart containers, so no pieces of heart. I'm trying to think. We'll kind of just get the Skulltulas if they show up. Like, I'm not going to get to the piece of heart, but like I might go for like the adult wallet. But we're not going to go for any upgrades of, like, whatever we get for default bomb bag, which is 20, default bow and arrow, which is 30, default slingshot, which is 30. We're not upgrading those at all. The last time I did a run like this, it was getting all the upgrades, but it was a 3-heart run, so I wasn't picking up any pieces of heart or heart containers, outside of, I think, one that I had to in order to get the upgrade for the bow and arrow, I believe. But other than that, we didn't do anything there. So this is going to be a very different run. This is not one that I've done before. But we have used this tool before. It has been a long while, and I don't even remember if that stream has been archived. I think it either just barely was or just barely wasn't when I started archiving things. But regardless, we are going to use it. It'll be nice and simple on my end, so if you hear me hitting the spacebar, that is marking off things on that tracker you see in the top right. They'll be marked right whenever it starts displaying the text for, like, you got the emerald, the ruby, the sapphire, the light medallion, so on and so forth. For the Ganondorf and Ganon defeated, it's just going to be, like, right when I realize they're dead, I'm just going to move over and hit the button. This isn't exactly, like, comparing it to a world record or anything, so if I miss it by, like, half a second, it's not that big a deal. It's really not. So, with all that being said and done, let's go ahead and get started. And no, I'm not going to be skipping cutscenes or anything like that, so yeah, that's going to eat up a decent chunk of time between the start and getting the emerald. I know full well, if you skip all that and just go, like, that's cutting out a solid, like, at least a minute and a half, if I remember correctly. I do remember back in the days of having the 10, or if you were lucky enough, like me, 11-minute time limit on YouTube. If you were incredibly fat, like, straight up just started the game, didn't, like, show any of the options of, like, you know, hold to target or just hit the button once. It was very hard to do, but if you were fast enough, you could actually get through the Deku Tree in the first video of the playthrough. You had to be insanely fast, though, because most of your time got eaten up by watching this opening cutscene, talking to Mido, talking to the Deku Tree, you know, like, not the boss fight, but, like, after the boss fight, going through that cutscene, like, the first hour of this game, if you're not going for any of the additional stuff, like, you're just playing the story, like, almost half of it is taken up by cutscenes, from what I remember from the last time we played this. Like, it's a staggeringly high amount. Also, for the record, small glitches are allowed, like, game-breaking glitches are not allowed. So, like, I can't just do, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna skip through this entire dungeon and just do this. Can't do anything like that. The only one, and it's not even a glitch, it's more just a shortcut that I will make use of pretty early in the game, is the reset shortcut, which is whenever you reset the game and then load your file, if you're playing as Child Link, it will set you back into your house here in Kokiri Forest, and that does make it a little bit faster after you get Zelda's Letter / Zelda's Lullaby that is a bit faster than actually traveling back to the forest to get Saria's song. And if you're doing like a normal 100% playthrough, or like a, mostly full playthrough getting 20 hearts, you'd be going back for, pieces of heart, getting the slingshot. Or no, you could do that before you left, I guess. But, there's a lot of stuff you could pick up after coming back, but I would just be here to get the song and leave. I said it was like a good minute. This is going to be closer to like 3 minutes. No, it's going to be over 3 minutes of me not having any control other than mashing through the dialogue options here. I forgot that it took that much time. And I know a lot of it's, too, of like, especially in Dungeon 1, of like, yeah, here's how to push and pull a block. Here's how to open a door. And it's like, yeah, pretty sure we didn't need a tutorial on that. Like, I'd say the only people that would need a tutorial on that are, like, people that, can't read what the action icon is, but since the text is all stuff that has to be read, too, yeah, that's not going to be much help. So, yeah, about 3.5 minutes to get control. Which sounds, like a lot when you're doing well, not even a speedrun. When you're doing a timed run and you can actually physically see it, that seems like a lot of time, but just remember in modern days now where RPGs have long cutscenes that go on in for insanely amounts of time, that 3.5 minutes is actually not that long. But that's neither here nor there. I don't really have, like, a proper set path for what I'm doing in terms of, like, how quickly to earn money or anything like that early on in the game. Just based on how this run is, in terms of a path, like, it's pretty straightforward because I'm not stopping to get Piece of Heart, I'm not stopping to do side quests, what have you. I probably won't pick up the big Goron sword either, because there's not much reason to. Like, it helps, but if you're decent at the game, if you played it a ton like I have, like, you don't need it per se. If you're trying to get through the game quickly, then obviously you're not going to spend all that time going on the side quest to pick it up. See, the grass is not having it today, unfortunately. Not going to drop anything. Not that it's that big a deal. I know where there's another 4 blue rupees, and we can get those on the way. So I'm not even going to bother cutting the grass. We'll just go straight into Mido's house, get the chest, and leave. In case anyone cares, has not played this game before, does not remember what the other ones are, it is a green rupee in the front 2 and a recovery heart in the other back one, so not worth spending the time to go and try and pick those up. Just leave them there, it's fine. He probably doesn't appreciate me stealing his money anyway, so like, you might as well leave some of it there. It doesn't absolve the sin, but it does mitigate the blow a little bit. Oh, right. Hi. You're the only shop in the game that doesn't allow you to do that in terms of control. When you hit B, it backs out. It's the only one that does that. You actually have to hit A on that one. It's weird to think that you need money so early to buy that shield. And, like, I guess in a run like this, do you really need money for anything else? Because, like, you're not playing the arcade games, so you don't need the money for that. You can get a Hylian shield in the graveyard for free, as I'm sure everybody knows by now. So, you don't need to buy that. You don't need to buy the tunics, because you get both of those for free as well as an adult. So you may genuinely not need money for anything else in the game. Well, no, that's not true. There's one other thing I can think of. It's the Kuko minigame, where you get one of the bottles. Because I probably will pick up the same 3 bottles that I always get, which is all of them except for the killing the pose with the bow and arrow as an adult, because that takes forever. But I feel like it's worth taking the time out to get... it's worth taking the time out to get the bottles. And instead of just having the one that's mandatory. It's worth doing the Kuko gathering and the Kuko minigame. It's weird to think that half the bottles that involve corralling chickens in some way, shape, or form. Alright, a little over 8 minutes in, and we have officially started inside the Deku Tree. To be fair, almost half of that was due to cutscenes. And the other half of it was pretty much just picking up money for the shield. Let's get the tutorial on the vines. We'll have to deal with that later, but for now we can ignore it. I guess part of this too, now that I think about it, of like the constant babying of like, oh, here's how you do these very basic tasks that you see all the time now, is this is one of like the earlier 3D games, so it would be a little bit more excusable, I suppose, to be like, oh, well, you probably haven't seen this before when this came out in 98 or 96 for Mario 64 or whatever. Like, sure, it might be the case in some 2D games, but a lot of them I remember, like, it had, like, a door entryway, but you just walked through it. You didn't have to press a button to open a door. You just walked into it, and there you go. Still, it is nice to think that nowadays, in most games, I mean, some of them it has to be New Game Plus, where you have a beaten file, but nowadays you can just be like, yeah, I don't want the tutorials on. I know how to use all the items, I know the basic controls. Don't need it. If you want to shoot right away, then when you first press C, hold down C a little longer to get a seed ready. In order to prepare your seed. Get your mind out of the gutter. I know what you're thinking. I know you can technically avoid them, but honestly, it probably does overall cut down on time to just shoot the other one down, too. That was very good luck with not having to change the direction with the spot I was climbing in. Oh, hey, thank you for the rupee. I appreciate it. Very nice of you. You know what? I think I'm actually gonna do? I think I'm gonna skip the Skulltulas altogether. I'm not gonna pick any of them up. Because they are not required to beat the game at all. I'm not stupid, I know I don't need to talk to that guy. He's just gonna be like, hey, if you jump off a really high area, you can hold up and roll forward and you won't take any damage, but it won't necessarily work if the fall's really, really high. Like, there's enough tutorials in this dungeon as it is. We really don't need any more. Like, in this room alone, there's 2. There's the one we just did, and then there's also the one of how to push the block. It's just like, I'm good, thanks. That was worth a try. Don't mind this dead spider behind me. I need to teach you how to push a block. Pay attention with the action icons. Yeah, that's great. I don't think you have to push it twice. I'm pretty sure you only have to push it once, and that's enough. Yeah, I probably could have done that with one. Oh well. Oh right, it's over here. Get Mr. Spider. I forgot how many are just kind of on the way. Like, as long as you got 4 getting into the boss, then you're fine. I was expecting to have to worry about, like, do I need to get 1 more? Am I going to have only 3 and mess it up as a result by just not having enough? But no, they give you more than I remembered. Well, we're definitely getting it in under 20 minutes, that's for sure. Like, there's no way it's going to take, you know, 6 minutes to beat the boss. It's just, that's not going to happen. That nice goo water. That's one of the better runs I've had of getting those guys, like, all relatively quickly on top of each other. Inevitably, I usually get one that either doesn't want to pop their head out for whatever reason, even though I'm not too terribly close to them, or they're shooting in, like, a weird pattern to where the one I need is the one that just fired, and I just barely missed it. Not the case that time. I hope my internals don't look like the Great Deku Tree. It's just like just a bunch of fog in there, you know, a little spider hanging out. Coincidentally, if you know that your stomach looks like that, please go to your doctor, like now. Like, turn the stream off, go to your doctor, because that's not healthy. Nice. It's been a while since I fought Goma, actually, so I was worried that I was not going to be able to do the one-cycle trick, but I'm glad I could. I'm also glad that I have 5 Deku Sticks, so should I actually end up needing one for something, now I've got it with me here. Let's get out of here. Yeah, the only reason we will be getting that emerald over 20 minutes, if it happens, is just because of the cutscene here. And I don't think it's going to be 4 minutes. I think it'll be closer to, like, 3. But yeah, now you can see where all the time gets eaten up, and, like, again, the first hour of the game is because you got the opening cutscene, you've got the cutscene where you talk to the tree before the dungeon, and then after the dungeon, you have Mido, you've got Kaepora Gaebora, you've got Zelda to talk to, who has a really long cutscene. Like, it eats up a ton of time. You've got to go back and talk to Saria, because there's the scene where you leave, and you have that cutscene with Saria, then you have to go back to Saria and have the cutscene with her to get the song. It's a lot. You know, now that I think about it, it's always interesting that they, at least in this game, they call them the Golden Goddesses. They're never called or shown to be golden physically in any other games, from what I remember. The Goddess of Green, the Goddess of Blue, and most importantly, the Goddess of Pink. Together, they created the Powerpuff Girls. Which I guess would make Link Buttercup, so that's kind of cool. And Ganondorf and Blossom both have red hair, and there's the connection there. Zelda and Bubbles both have blonde hair, so the only ones that don't match, I guess, are Link and Buttercup. Have different hair colors. Nehru made the sky. It was very nice. It's a good thing to have in a game. Make sure you put the sky in there so it's not just black everywhere. Nehru, realize the ground isn't brown year-round, so turn to green. Or Furore, rather. Now this is gonna... At the rate we're going, this is gonna be... We're gonna be getting close. It's gonna be just under, just over 20 minutes. One of the two. And then they left us a bunch of triangles. And we're like, don't call us, we'll call you. I believe that's known as a lie. Thou must never, thou must never, thou must never. That evil man, thou must never. But do not grieve for me. I don't think literally any kid ever did. Can we officially hit the spacebar in under 20 minutes when the text starts? At this rate, the answer's no. Nope, there it is. There's 20 minutes. Damn it, great Deku Tree. Why couldn't you just talk a fraction of a second faster? I entreat ye, Navi. Goodbye. Yeah, later. We'll see you after the Forest Temple's done. Because even though it's the Deku Tree sprout, like it seems to have the same information that this Deku Tree does, so I'd argue it's still the great Deku Tree. At least, like, you know, like, he still remembers who you are. He still remembers about, you know, Link's past and how he came to Kokiri Forest, so I feel like he's still great Deku Tree. It's all your fault. Yep, it really is. Bye, Mido. And now the "Oh, you're leaving" cutscene. You know, it's a good thing that, at least according to fate / how the game progresses this far, that Link gets the fairy ocarina. Because, like, what was Zelda's plan had you not showed up with the ocarina? Like, had your friend not decided to give this to you? Like, what would have happened? Be like, yeah, there's a song you can use to prove your connection to the royal family. Oh, you don't have any musical instrument to play it on. That's a problem. Also, I feel like at some point in development, you were supposed to learn Saria's song here. Like, right now. Because it seems a bit backwards to be like, yes, you're leaving for this big great adventure, let me give you a memento. And then, like, in real game time, at least in terms of how fast the sun rises and sets in game, like, maybe a day later, yeah, a day or two later, we'll say a day and a half, we'll split the difference. Day and a half later, a kid comes back and is like, yep, I need a song from you. Because unless you're glitching the game, it is required. Because you literally need it before the next dungeon starts. Like, you have to have it in order to get the bracelet. May I have control again? See, this is kind of one of the reasons I like the adult sections a little bit more. Is like, largely you're just, outside of getting the warp songs, you can pretty much just go. That also might be why it always feels like the later half of the game goes so fast. And that might be doubly especially for Icarus's playthrough, because we just picked up the, like, the pieces of heart and stuff as soon as we could possibly get them. And so, like, largely there wasn't much to do in terms of side quests between temples. Like, you know, there's little small things here and there, but not that much, really. I have more than enough time to get there. And it's fine if it hits night, because we actually need it to be night, so... just hang out here and wait. Alright, cool. So the only reason I picked up the 40 rupees is literally just to get that bottle after we're done here. Good old Epona song. I don't know why, but I always felt like that song would work really well together with Ballad of the Windfish. But I love Ballad of the Windfish. That's like one of my favorite songs. Hi. The princess inside the castle. Really? No. I thought she would be in Gerudo's fortress. Also, fun fact, if you ever need to quickly decide between yes or no for what to answer for K. Porgebora, it always defaults to the answer that you do not want. I'm Romani. I was given the same name as the ranch. Oh, wait, that's alternate timeline Romani. My mistake. Wasn't a thing for an adult to do. I mean, it's not really that uncommon for... That's actually a pretty common thing for people to do in Japan, is, like, just, like, fall asleep, just, like, while waiting for, you know, a subway or something like that, and people give them the space they need, because the idea is they've been working so hard that they just physically fell asleep, like, they just completely ran out of energy. Which is an interesting, like, moral dilemma, because on one hand, it's like, if that's true, like, yeah, they've been working hard, you don't want to wake them up. But on the other hand, like, they probably have somewhere they have to be, and so you don't want them to miss that either. You don't want them to get in trouble with their boss because they fell asleep, so you kind of stuck at an impasse there. And if we timed this correctly, it should be getting to morning right about when we get to the dude we gotta wake up, Mr. Talon. You actually can't open the pause menu while that thing is there, where it's like, hey, you woke up, or the chicken hatched. It's the miracle of life. You actually can't open the pause menu, so that was why it started with the box pulling / pushing. Man, this dude has got some arm hair on him. Like, look at this. Got a bunch of hair everywhere except on the top of his head. Alright, let's see if we can pull this trick off here. There we go, nice. Save a little bit of time not having to push that other block. Is always the worst spot, because you think you could sneak by this guy, but there's just barely not enough room to be able to sneak by him while he's standing right there. Those leaves always make it hard to do proper depth perception. There's the statue of Samus Aran, or whatever it's supposed to be. It always looked a little bit like Samus Aran due to the front of it, or where the helmet is, because it looks like a helmet. Nice, that was a pretty good time. I didn't get caught, so I mean, that's, you know... I feel like that's a good place to start, is not getting caught by the guards. So we did at least get to Zelda in under 30 minutes total. Really under 10, which is nice. Who are you? How did you get past the guards? You're kidding me, right? Like, you're actually pulling my chain. Is that a fairy flies through Link's vision? Well, yes I do, Miss Tennis Ball Green Eyebrows. I had a dream. Yeah, I hear there's a famous guy out there that, he said that once in a speech. God, that head tilt is very unnatural. Which is probably why they cut back to her not doing that. This is my name. I have a rock and a fairy. Okay, I'm going to tell you literally the secret of the entire royal family. I mean, even if, to be fair, even if she is wrong, like, even if this isn't the Kid of Destiny, like, what's he gonna do with this information? Even if he tells everybody he meets, like, who's really gonna believe this kid? There we go. Forgot to update the title, but now it is fixed. Blah, 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 the Ocarina of Time. I got very lucky that I remembered that, like, right when it got to the point where I literally could not control even, like, hitting the button at the end. It was literally, it just went all on its own. So that was actually very good timing on my part. Here's a man that is, like, easily a size and a half time the guards, based on, what we just saw there. Also, I remember when I first saw the image of the guards in the background, it looked like the purple part where their pants are, like, right around the crotch. It looked like that was layered on the outside of the armor rather than the inside. Which would have been hilarious. Because it's like... it's the equivalent of, like, the superhero that wears their underwear on the outside. It's like, why would you do that for an armored guard? No, the entire world. More shots of flowers. In their defense, like, you can't just, like, I mean, you can, but it's not going to be as cinematic, I suppose. As compared to, like, just two people like this. Like, imagine if this was the entire... how it looked the entire way through that conversation. Them just looking at each other rather than it having any sort of cinematics whatsoever. You can set it to or and then use that to show it to people. Thanks. Great. Bye. Hi, Empa. What up, Shadow Sage? I'm gonna guess about... I want to say 55 minutes. 55 minutes to an hour will be around the time we get the Goron's Ruby. Bear in mind, we also have to go back for Saria Song. We don't technically need it, but I'll probably go pick up the Sunsong since I'm already going to be getting the shield from the graveyard. Epona Song. All the cutscenes with Daruni and whatnot, and then actually doing the dungeon. So that's going to be my guess. But that is a rough estimate. That's provided also that I don't make any, like, really big, stupid mistakes. Oh, and also both bottles. So yeah, that'll probably push over 20 minutes. Link is looking at that ocarina like he just took a hit of acid. He's like, whoa, man, that's wicked. Oh, right, you know what? If you told me to name every cutscene in the game, I would forget this half of the cutscene every single time. Because I remember, like, oh yeah, you get the, you get Zelda's Lullaby from Impa, but I always forget about the part where she actually, like, takes you out and is like, yeah, this is where you have to go, we're counting on you, you know, all that good stuff. It's amazing how hand-holdy it is to get to the first two dungeons, but it's not as hand-holdy, really, to get to the last one. It's kind of bizarre in that regard. I remember hearing from a couple people when they played this as kids, like, they genuinely did not know how to get the third spiritual stone. Even, like, talking to Zelda didn't give them any, like, didn't give them enough idea of where to go. Talking to Saria Song didn't give enough of an idea of where to go. No, I don't want to target that sign, thanks. For anybody that doesn't speedrun this game, yes, this actually is faster than just, like, walking forward. It looks really stupid, but it is in fact true. Like, if you just walk normally to the castle, you can barely make it there before night hits. Like, just barely. Like, you have to be very online and on point with it. You can do it, but it is extremely difficult. Also, as a side note, I might free Epona whenever we hit the adult section as well. I don't think Epona is required to beat the game, but, like, you know. Why not free the horse? Like, really? Dad came home in a hurry after you found him. Yeah, I can't imagine why. Hello, Epona. Goodbye, Epona. The good old Where's My Horse song that Icarus forgot every time she needed to play it until, like, the penultimate stream. Though in her defense, like, you don't really ever play this song until you hit the adult section of the game. Because even with, like, the frogs, if you, like, know what you're doing in terms of playthrough, you can't do the quest with the frogs until you have all the non-warp songs. And that would include, like, Song of Storms and Song of Time. Because Song of Time, you have to get all the spiritual stones anyway, so you're basically ready to be an adult at that point. Yeah, I guess that's true, unless you really want milk, but eh. I use the milk so little, like, the free bottle that you get here, I usually have that going into the forest temple. It has evolved into Lon Lon yogurt by that point. Nope, I know what you're trying to do, chicken. You're trying to trick me into accidentally talking to him early. Back in you get. Honestly, that's probably plenty of them. And then preferably talk to him here, so that they don't get back out while you're talking to him. I like the hand on the hip pose that Link has here. It's a very nice sassy stance. The Super Cuckoos that are exactly the same as the normal Cuckoos. They don't actually have any difference to them other than this minigame. It's like the gold one that's in Twilight Princess, where it's like, yes, this is a golden Cuckoo, it's very special, and it functions the exact same as the other Cuckoos do in the game. I'd like to marry Malin. Oh, sure. Probably is Link's best option, considering the other options are, like, at least in terms of a kid, like, Noboru, too old for him, obviously. Ruto is a borderline stalker. Darunia, again, too old for him, and no. Just no. Zelda will cause him ultimately more harm than good. Sari is a Kokiri, so she will never grow up, so eventually he's going to be a fully grown adult and she will still be a kid. So, like, really, that probably is his best option, all things considered. Also, yes, for those of you just tuning in, I did do that on purpose. That is the reset to get back faster. It is faster to save and quit the game, load your save, and just warp to Kokiri Forest rather than physically walking back there. It sounds stupid, but it is in fact true. Besides, after all the crap that Link has to go through, you know, past or future, because, like, you know, either way, it splits the timeline, but even Link as a kid, like, had to switch between being an adult and a kid, so, like, he's still gonna remember having to do everything as an adult. Even if he did not actually do it in that timeline, he's still gonna remember it. Like, he's been put through the ringer with this adventure. He deserves to, you know, be able to settle down and have a nice life with a farm girl. You know, until Majora's Mask happened. Then he's gotta go on another adventure, so, that's unfortunate. He was too preoccupied of wanting to find Navi again, and I'm not sure why. Because that's the whole thing, right? Like, Kokiri get a guardian fairy for the rest of their lives, but Link's not a Kokiri. So, like, Navi wasn't a guardian fairy in terms of she was, you know, that they were going to be together for the rest of his life. It was just to do that adventure, and after that, you know, once the adventure's over, it didn't have any reason to, not split, and so she left. Oh no, it's a wolf. Wait, that should have worked. That's weird. I've never seen that fail before. Jump attacking their tail is always a one-hit kill. I don't know why it didn't work that time. Ooh, camera did not like that. Hi, Saria. It's good to know that there's two separate cutscenes when coming into this area, whether you're a child or an adult, and both involve Link getting a song from a girl. Unless you prescribe to the theory that Sheik is a man. Which, you know, like... I think Nintendo's, like, officially given an answer for that, but, like, really, I would accept either answer. Because, like, in the game, like, there are actual characters in-game that say Sheik is a man. Like, after you finish the water temple, Ruto's even like, if you see Sheik, give him my thanks. So whether or not Sheik is a man, at least one person does believe that Sheik is a man. Sing the song. Sing the song all day and all the night long. Saria's song. I don't think Link could ever forget that song. It is too damn catchy. He would say if he wasn't lying because Saria's song's not in Majora's Mask. So it got replaced with the much cooler Song of Healing. Like, I'm sorry, but as catchy as Saria's song is, Song of Healing is awesome and deserves way more love than it gets. Like, that's up there with Song of Storms for me. Like, Song of Storms is a banger, everybody knows that. Like, that's a good song. But Song of Healing needs more love. Hi. I have checked before in order to skip this idiot if it's faster to reset again so you don't have to talk to him while leaving after you get Saria's song. Unfortunately, the answer is they're so close together it does not make any difference. Now that I think about it, that jump I just made right there, the bigger jump, that might be one of those, holding forward to roll will prevent the damage, but if you don't do so, you will take damage. It's interesting that a lot of people typically think of the later portions of the game, like Death Mountain or whatever, but I guess that also does qualify as an area that'd be true. Now, honestly, here, it does not make any difference if we get there during the day or the night. Either way, like, we're gonna go pick up the Sunsong first. So, actually, it being night might be better. I was expecting those Stalfos to respawn, but I guess not. Oh, no, there they are. Could stay out here and fight him until we get the quote-unquote King Stalfos, which is just a slightly larger than the other Stalfos, and I mean like barely larger. To the point where, unless they were side by side with the normal one, you probably wouldn't even realize it was a larger one. But it is a thing that does exist. Of course, there's a ton of Skulltulas here, especially at night. We're going to ignore all those. There's like, what, at least 3 you can get? There's the one that's on the ladder up to the very top tower. There's the one that's on the side of the House of Skulltula. There's the other one that's on where what ends up turning into the shop whenever it's the adult section of the game. Like right up next to where you go up to Death Mountain. There's another one in the tree at night. There's a bunch of them. Nah, we'll go get Sunsong first. We'll do that first. I was gonna get the shield, and then I'm like, in case I need it for fighting the what's-his-face. Yeah, methinks it's gonna be closer to like over an hour on that timer. I don't think it's gonna be 55 to an hour. I think it's gonna be more. Just because all the cutscenes, because there's gonna be this. There's going to be talking to Darunia and playing the song for him. There's going to be, you know, the cutscene afterwards with Darunia. Though from what I remember, Dodongo's Cavern, like the other kid dungeons, is not too terribly long. I do at some point want to, like, specifically time the dungeons and see which ones are the fastest. Because I'm wondering if the Shadow Temple, if you're just going through it, is actually faster than the kid dungeons. Yeah, great, thanks. No thanks, I'll just not deal with those guys. I'm pretty sure even in my 3-heart run I did that. It's like, I'll just take the half-heart of damage, thanks. It's not that big a deal. Here's a poem. It's very good. Just take my word for it. It's a very good poem. It's another one I don't hear composed very often, is Sunsong. Oh well. If you learned the Sunsong, not required at all, but incredibly helpful for getting through the game. I'm trying to remember if there's any Majora's Mask that aren't required. There probably is, and I just don't remember. Oh, please, you're not anywhere close to me. Get out of here. And I do believe that defaulted it today. Yes, it did. It's like, normally when you play a song, you don't immediately get the effects from it. Like, Zelda's Lullaby, you know, the warp songs don't immediately warp you there or anything like that, but that's one of the rare exceptions that does. I believe it is this one. Hopefully I did not get that wrong. It should be just empty. It should just have the chest of the shield. Yep, there it is. And I guess technically the fairy fountain that's behind that wall, but that's all it is, so. And what a weird place to go to get fairies, of all things. Swing by the graveyard? No thanks. At some point, I do want to do a race this game with Harmless Guy, by the way. He's the person that got me into this game, but I know he has also not played it in a while. I feel like he'd probably want to do, like, at least one playthrough of, the game. And we'd probably do a run like this. Like, it would definitely not be 100%. And these days, I consider 100% not even counting the 100 tokens, because just... If the reward was worth it, then maybe, but it's just not. Like, infinite money by the time you've gotten to basically the end of the game where you're not gonna need it anymore. It is interesting to think, though, because I'm still going through my head. Like, we've spent 50 rupees total, 40 of which was on the shield. The other 10 of which was on a bottle. The bottle was not even required, obviously, but, like, just how little you actually need it if you're not doing the side quests. We'll pick him up. There you go. It's been a nice, like, probably, what, 3 minutes doing this? Did he fall back over here? I mean, I'd have to go back down this section anyway to get to the ladder. He did. They usually automatically run away from wherever Link is, so it was weird to see him fall this direction. Get back over there. Think you're doing. Remember, it took me forever to get all the chickens just because of this one up here. Come think of it, you don't ever do that as an adult, do you? As adult Link, you never use the Kukos to, well, not so much fly as get additional time going through the air. I knew that when I threw it back over here. Oh, there he is. Come here, you. I'm gonna use you to get to the last one here. Or sorry, penultimate one. I forgot there's one at like the very top of the village. In fact, we'll go get him first. Actually, nah, because this one's... They usually try to stay around where they are normally. Even if you, like, you know, throw them and... Just like right here, for example, not in the pen, they'll usually start slowly making their way back towards wherever they were. So that one was probably the one that was in the box, I guess. But I also could be wrong because I wasn't keeping track of that. Because truthfully, I'm not even keeping track of how many I've picked up. Like, I just kind of have a general idea of like, oh yeah, there's one here, there's one there, there's one over by this. But I'm pretty sure this is the last one. Yep, cool. I have allergies, so I get goosebumps when I touch them. Well, then why are you breeding them? If you're allergic to something, maybe don't work with it. Alright, that's enough messing around with doing little side things. Let's actually continue on here. Well, I know we can definitely get to Goron City within an hour, at least. The problem is we have to sit through this. Oh, and just to show this off. Because a lot of people didn't believe me when this came up in Icarus's playthrough. Note that I just put the Hylian shield on, because you also have to sit through this cutscene of this guy making fun of you, and then he'll be like, hey, listen, the Happy Mask shop just opened up, and by just opened up, they mean, like, once you talk to him, it opens up, just opened up. and he gives you a tip about, oh, well, you can go to the bazaar and tell them if I sent you, then they'll give you a discount, or you can buy the Hylian shield for 60 rupees instead of 80, which is still a ripoff because you can get it for free. But he's like, yeah, you should come up with a proper shield, like the one that you're wearing right now. So it does not matter if you're wearing the Deku shield or the Hylian shield. It will do that regardless. If you're good to go already, then don't worry about it. I mean, really, there's like a few rooms with fire keys, but usually if you know what you're doing, you can snipe them with a slingshot anyway. Probably not going to be that much of a threat, really. Even if you lose the shield, I don't think you need it at any point in the Donga's Cavern like you do with the first one. If you don't feel like it, that's okay, but, well, I have no choice. This is my job. Sigh. Goodbye. We ain't doing the mask side quest. Sorry. That is a solid no. The good old DMT. Hello, Tektites. Look at you bouncing around. Very excited to be here. Yeah, that was a pretty good guess. Slightly under a minute, or an hour, rather. Not the big a deal, we might as well restock on hearts. Just for the heck of it. After a 3-heart run, like, really, missing a heart and a half is not that big a deal when you have 4 hearts, so... I almost played Epona's song for a split second there and was like, wait a minute. But now we dance. I love how Link backs away like, I'm gonna get away from this guy. Also, even though it serves absolutely no purpose, you can keep making him do this over and over if you keep playing the song after the cutscene and getting the bracelet. What a hot beat. Clever, I see what you did there by putting the camera inside of the torch, which is fire, which would make it hot. I always like that part of the cinematic where it focuses on Link's face, like looking up at him, and then it flips back around to how the camera normally looks. I'm not going to just give it to you that easily if you want it so badly. Yeah, sure, we'll go fight the easiest boss in the game. Arguably. I mean, like, there's a bunch of easy ones, but it is definitely within that list. The only one that could provide, like, any semblance of a challenge would be Baronade as a kid, and even then, Baronade's not that bad. It's nice being able to skip all this excess stuff. I don't have to do the little bomb puzzle here, which usually you come back with actual proper bombs, but still. There it is. Just in case I need it. Probably won't. Technically, you want 2 Deku Sticks if you're going to do the jump attack trick on the boss to knock him out as fast as you can. Technically, I'd want a bunch of them for Baronade, but it's fine. Blow up that sign. Show who's boss. Yeah. I cannot stress how much easier it is to drop the bomb using R to make you pull out the shield, so you just drop it at your feet rather than making sure you're not moving at all and risk throwing it instead of dropping it like you meant to. Oh, what a surprise. The fire dungeon's very high. You should be very careful. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I need to go to that side. Why did it feel like that middle one was rising slower than the other two? It was really weird. Some rupees in the pots. We'll ignore those. We'll ignore those guys. Thanks, appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Armos. I always like that those are a little bit faster to push than the proper blocks. I'm not going to waste my slingshot seeds on fighting those bats. Alright, fine, retreat. Where'd your little buddy go? Hey, get over here. Your friend coming back? Okay, that one's down. Please get up. Please continue to get up. Get up off of that stupid thing. My god. You're not losing to Lizalfos of all things. Good lord. And just so we don't have to deal with the infernal beeping. There we go. It's not a particularly dangerous dungeon, but literally no one wants to hear that noise. Myself included. That's a definite perk of playing the randomizer, is being able to change that to something that's a little less obnoxious. Or just turning it off completely, which, you know, you can do, but if you're somebody that's really bad about watching your health, that could also bite you in the butt. Get up. Come on. You need to go. I'm not going to make it there because of that stupid. Oh, we just barely got it. Nice. Take that, Link. That's what you get for trying to stall. That ought to work. Beautiful. Give that camera a stroke. It doesn't actually have a brain, so it's fine. Oh yeah, didn't I figure out a trick to this one last time I did this? Where you could just, yeah, a little bit faster than doing it the conventional way. No, we're not going off the map. Also a pretty decent place to make money if you really care. Both sides have a heart and 20 rupees, or 21 rupees if you're full on hearts. I more so did that for the hearts, but I'll take the 40 rupees. Ignore the gold Skulltula. And we continue on our merry adventure. And if you're bad about paying attention to the enemies around you, this will probably be the room that you lose your shield in. I'm just going to ignore that one. And that one. Oops, I slipped and fell into a tutorial. It's very unfortunate. It's a useful technique, is it? Yeah, that's probably why you keep mentioning it over and over up until, like, almost the start of the Forest Temple. It's like, yeah, it's a helpful technique, but, like, if they're not going to listen to you the first time, they're probably not going to listen to you the remaining 3 times you also mention it. Nice. One try. I'm usually not good about making that shot in one try. Nope, I'm good. Round 2. Okay, that guy understand for retreating. You, sir, have no reason to do so. Ready for a rematch? I figured he'd have to take at least one more hit, but I guess I kind of fought him with a weird mannerism, so maybe he was just low enough on health to... There we go. That would be the proper way to fight those instead of messing about like I did a second ago with the first round. And we've arrived at the dungeon item at long last. And by long last, I mean all of, like... Oh, I don't know. It wasn't that big. It wasn't that big of a gap, I'm pretty sure. It was like, what, 7 minutes-ish? This isn't typically a dungeon you think of getting the dungeon item really late, like near the end of it, but yeah, this is one of them. Technically didn't need to step on that, but in case I goof and fall, that will make it easier to get back. And this is unfortunately one of these spots you can't really cheat as effectively with using R to drop them at your feet. You actually should drop them in front of you. You can't cheat with the second one, though. Like, you could also just literally hop on top of his head and just, you know, drop them into his eyes at a very more convenient way of doing it. But, whatever works. And here the bat's going to knock me into this. There we go. That does save animation time for what little it matters. Let's also consider not doing that. Skipping that puzzle. I'm going to do the classic limitation I give myself for these things, which is 1 fairy at any given time in a bottle, no more than that. And also, again, because really after doing the 3-heart run, like, having more than 3 hearts in the fairy just seems almost excessive. So we'll definitely get this in under 120 at least. That's like pretty much a guarantee at this point. Because while the cutscene with Darunia does take some time, it certainly does not take the amount of time that the one for the Deku Tree does. Didn't drop anything? Nope. Didn't think so. It's weird because fire, like, while they have the fire on them, keys seem to be really good about dropping hearts if you're not at full. Like, astoundingly good. Probably don't need the extra bomb, but hey, just for the heck of it. Hi, King Dodongo. Or as we like to call him, King Ding Dong. How's it going? How you doing? I'm actually going to commit the cardinal sin and keep the second Deku stick in case I need it for anything. I was going in through in my head while that cutscene was going on, if there's anything you need it for, because I don't want to just not have one, but honestly I could not remember, so we're going to commit the cardinal sin of fighting this guy for 3 rounds instead of 2. Which is still going to make him absolutely no threat whatsoever, but... Consider also not rolling into that lava. Also, pretty bad place to hang out when, like, 80% of the floor is covered in lava that you can't survive in. Just a thought. It's weird seeing him on that part of the lava, because usually I fight him in 2 rounds, and so he's over on the other side. It looks weird to see him over there like that. Which means also, I guess they had to, while the camera angles are, you know, completely the same, that he can technically die in 4 different spots. As opposed to most of the bosses, at least later in the game, have like an animation of them flying around and they always drop in the same spot. Or melt or whatever. What a wild adventure. It will make an incredible story. Yeah, I got news for you. It's going to be a little bit more than just that. You ain't seen nothing yet. Give me the spiritual stone, only then will I open the cave for you. You cannot come within 300 feet of the defendant, or you will suffer the consequences of this courtroom. Name that cartoon. Yeah, it was almost a full hour of futzing about between the 2 spiritual stones. But again, there's a lot there, mostly cutscenes. A little bit of time stall due to having to go around and get, you know, a couple songs, a couple bottles, the like. But there we go. 1:17:31. And it looks quite nice, doesn't it? I guarantee there won't be an hour gap between the Ruby and the Sapphire. There's no way. Like, yes, we do have to go get this and the, what is the other one you get? Or no, this is the Magic Meter in Din's Fire. I had him backwards in my head. Yeah, you get the magic meter at the top, then you get Dense Fire at Hyrule Castle. Which, honestly, I could wait on Dense Fire and just until we go back there after Dungeon 3. But like this, we're already... It practically forces you up the mountain with that cutscene. It's like, you need to go this way. That was a bad throw. Dude. Okay, how did that one not get it? Quit wasting your bombs! My god. There we go. I feel like based on how those got thrown, the first one should have been fine, but whatever. There's a cow if you're really interested in milk. Doubtful unless you've been playing incredibly poorly. It's a nice trick to not have to deal with the automatically hits you no matter where you are rocks. Dude, thank you. That shot should not have hit, while the other two that missed should have hit, but whatever. Try to be a little bit more careful with our bombs now, okay? Bad enough, I know I'm going to have to use at least 2 more pretty soon from now. One to blow up the rocks in the way of Zor's River, and one to get to the other Great Fairy. Which I'm sure we'll restock by that point, though. Holy pointy boobs! Like, I know that's a lot of the issue is just how, you know, creating a 3D model on the N64 works, but it makes me wonder what they would have tried to get away with had they had, like, modern-day graphics, but not the ESRB rating and everything else that did not exist back in 1998. Or prior, since obviously the creation of the game was done before the release. Effective quick spin. Very, very useful ability, which absolutely breaks the first boss fight in Majora's Mask. Like, seriously, you can absolutely annihilate Oldowa if you know what you're doing with that move. He'll just get stuck, like, he can't do anything. Like, you can absolutely knock him out in less than 30 seconds. When battle has made you weary, please come up. Yes, when I feel tired at the end of my rope and about to die, I'll be sure to trek up a mountain to come see you. That seems like a very reasonable request. So really, there's nothing we need to do between here and Zora's. We can just go. Normally, you'd go do the bomb chew bowling for the bag. You'd go back through Goron City to get the other bomb bag. You'd also get the piece of heart from the bomb chew bowling. You would have done the slingshot minigame by now for that. But here we can pretty much just try to gear up with bombs that the game won't give us and go. Nope. Nope, can't even get the slingshot seeds. They landed on top of, what's his face? Grog, I think. Of course, that's the Majora's Mask version of that dude. I don't know what his name is in this game. because he does literally nothing in that game, whereas he actually has a purpose in Majora's Mask, to give you the bunny hood, which is very important. Here, it's just like, yes, we agree that this is a character that exists. That'll work. Push him into the water. As we all know, a skeleton's one true weakness is water. At least we got a thing of bombs. Hey, we got 2 things. Nice. Yeah, might as well get that out of the way. A stupid magic jar that's going to be completely useless for most of the game. Looks like gotten bigger and stronger already. We literally saw you, even in-game hours, like less than a quarter of a day ago. Welcome, Hill, Merrily, the royal family. Yeah, we already had to do that with the previous one. It's like, pretty much, if you see a Triforce pattern on the ground, play Zelda's Lullaby. Nope, don't want that. Just the chicken, please. I don't want any of those sides or condiments or anything. It's also weird to think we're not grabbing the magic beans for the 4 pieces of heart either. The one that's up in the Lakeside Laboratory, which granted you can use the Scarecrow song for, I'm aware. The one in the desert, the one that's in Death Mountain Crater, and the one that's in the graveyard. Which, again, you also don't need it, technically, if you're very good about aiming the hookshot when you get it. You can use that, too. I'm pretty sure the only 2 you actually need it for are Death Mountain Crater and Desert Colossus. Love that sound of crossing that bridge. Very reminiscent of, like, the walking through water sound in A Link to the Past for some reason. Oh, I just thought of another thing we need money for. Not that it matters because we're full, but the diving game. I didn't even consider that because you need the silver scale to get to the bottle to open Jabba Jabba's belly. Because like doing the Kuko thing for the 10 rupees, like that's not required. This is required though. You do have to do this. But, like, really, at this point, though, 10 rupees is absolutely nothing, even if you're getting everything. And as long as you got the 10 rupees, you're probably going to make it back and then some just playing the game, regardless of the prize. Oh, 20 rupees, excuse me. So you have to spend 60 thus far, for those of you keeping track. 60 is required. Whee! How much time did they give me to do that? Was that like a minute of time that they gave me? Because, like, I was pretty slow there. Because part of that is, like, semi-luck based. Like, if they throw them, if they all end up just all clumped together, you can get them in, like, 1 or 2 dives. I could have done that in 4. I just messed up the 3rd and 4th ones that I tried to pick up. I guess technically I should have picked up the fish while I was down there, but it's fine. Is the camera going into the water? Yeah. It really likes going into the water whenever you talk to them the second time to get the scale. Not sure why. Cool, thanks. Very required item, while the gold one is a very not required item. Useful for only 1 piece of heart that you can cheat and also get without having to use that whatsoever. Yeah, there we go. We'll just drink the milk. The fairy's more important, air quote. And even then, it's not that big a deal. Here, fishy fishies. Come be a sacrifice for your god. I gotta know. Hey, there we go. I was about to say, like, I'm pretty sure there's a Deku stick in here somewhere. Because if you did end up here and didn't have one and wanted to do the whole lighting the torches thing, also I'm an idiot because I'm going the wrong way. So I forget to go get the letter. A nice little look at the water temple. It's weird to think you get to see the forest temple before you go into it as a kid. Whenever you get Sunsong, you get to see the water temple here. Like, relatively, at least the entrance to it, but you don't get to see the fire temple. And, you know, there's no way you can see the spirit one and the shadow one's back behind the graveyard, so... You can get close to it physically, but that's about it. I mean, if I have to keep, you know, going back and forth through there, I'm going to keep picking up that Deku stick. That is not the right one. There we go. So I'm definitely going to kill the mid-boss with Jab Jab with the Deku stick, because that just absolutely annihilates that fight. She's inside Lord Jabu Jabu? That's not possible. She's female, therefore... Actually, you know what? Never mind. Forget I said anything. But now, for anybody that was ever curious, we're going to see exactly how long it takes King Zora to move. Isn't that exciting? It's the one thing I know you've all been waiting for. So it started at 1:30:41, for the record. I'm not counting the milliseconds in there. Sorry. "32 seconds. That is a little soul-crushing, not gonna lie. Nice cinematic for Zora's Fountain. Most people don't do anything in here other than go and get the dungeon taken care of. Some Skulltulas, there's Furor's Wind if you care about it. Probably don't need these just for the sake of having them, though. I don't think we ever picked up Deku Nuts, did we? It doesn't matter, like, but just for the record, I don't think we ever picked any up. I might try to grab some if I can see them before the Forest Temple, just because they make the Poe-sister fights go by faster. For the 3 that you can use them on, then work for the purple one, since that's kind of a different setup. But yeah, if I see some, I'll pick some up. It's not like I need a billion of them or anything, but just so I got them. There we go. That'll work. Don't mind me, boys. I'm just going to keep firing at this target while you fire uselessly at each other, apparently. Cancel out those shots. Just a bloopy. Just somebody walking by with the heaviest footsteps I've ever heard. Bloopy in one of those boxes. We're going to ignore that. Hello. Whatever you say, Miss Tsundere. Like, at least Midna tried to be subtle at times about the whole I don't need your help thing, but I actually do, but I actually don't, but I actually do. Of course, Midna's also older than Ruto is at this point, so, you know. That is completely understandable, Ruto. Just be aware that you will probably be used as a weapon at some point during this dungeon. And as long as you're okay with that, then I'm okay with carrying you. And we'll dodge the bubbles. Or not. The fairy up there on the top stuff you can climb to the right if you need it. You probably don't. But if you do, it's there. And now we continue on a merry adventure. And then we'll just line that up a little bit better, and oops! Really does not want to give us Deku Nuts. Oh well. I didn't feel like switching shields, sorry. Just easier to slightly sidestep it and just do that. And now we are back where we once began. And here's the spot I always get wrong, because I can never remember whether I need to go left or right first. I think this is the correct way, but we'll find out. Squishy, squishy. The room with all the little manta dudes? Yeah, it is, okay. This would have also been a good room for the Deku Nuts, because it gets these guys to pop out pretty easily. Have to do it the old-fashioned way. It looks stupid, but it does work at least, so... This is the way I always did it if I didn't have the Deku Nuts. Because you don't take any damage from that. Like, it looks like I did, but, like, that last hit, I didn't pick up any hearts between that, and, like, still didn't take any damage, so... And that should be the boomerang. Hopefully I'm not wrong and ended up with a map just now. Nope, that's a boomerang. Good. The criminally underrated item, at least in terms of Ocarina of Time, where you barely get to use it at all unless you're getting all the Skulltulas. You get it, and then you go become an adult, and it's like, oh, you can't use this anymore. You know, great, awesome. You have to use it in the bottom of the well a tiny bit, in the Spirit Temple a tiny bit, and that's about it, really. Sorry if I made anybody slightly motion sick by doing that, but it's what I've found to be one of the easier ways of dealing with doing that. Yeah, take responsibility, whatever. It does break the tentacle on both sides. The other one just has a bunch of bubbles you can kill. That will give you the compass. So we're going to ignore that. Will that work with the other ones too? Well, maybe if you stopped talking, we'd know. Congrats, Rito. You get the honor of watching me kill this slightly poop-colored one. Moving on. It's crazy thinking I got so freaking lost in this dungeon the first time I played this game. I'm just like, I could not figure out what to do. Like, I managed to get the boomerang, but after that I was just like, I don't see what I'm supposed to be doing here. To be fair, most people I know got even more lost than that. Like, they could get Ruto back to the room that she falls through the hole in, but then just, like, couldn't figure out what to do from there. They're like, am I supposed to fall into a different section? Like, no, you're just supposed to not do that altogether. Not until you get rid of this one. Did a good job on making those like little areas that move you automatically and have the really cool psychedelic backgrounds. It's impressive for 98. Don't need to do that. Let's just move on to the mini boss. Well, yes, it is the prettiest of the 3 crystals. You should probably go get it. I do like the look of the sapphire the most. Because really, when it comes to a preference of, like, favorite color versus red, blue, and green, they're all pretty even for me, honestly. I finally found my mother's kidney stone. Good? I guess? I don't need to be in here anymore. Oh, you don't? You didn't want to stay here in this giant fish's stomach. Alright, let's go annihilate this easy mini-boss. Though, to be fair, I didn't know the strat that I use now for this, because at the time, this was an annoying mini-boss. Like, this was worse than Baronade the first time that I fought it. But now, take the hit, throw the boomerang, jump attack with the Deku stick, and he's dead. A joke of a boss fight, if ever there was one. Or a mini-boss fight, rather. Just gonna ignore those. Nope, we're gonna ignore them. You can't tell me otherwise, game. Well, you can, but I'll just ignore you. Intentionally take the hit, because otherwise it'll mess up the camera while I'm jumping. Now we get this really nasty part of this where it makes this nasty sound. Ugh. Just imagine something in your stomach making that noise while it's going through your digestive system. It's gross. I am fully aware you do not have to kill everything in this room, but I do not like dealing with those while I'm trying to climb the wall. And the one time that I don't clear out the ones on that side is going to be the one time that I regret it, I guarantee you. This thing Gonna get got by the spider here, yeah. Just hanging out there. Last chance for a Deku Nut, maybe. Nope, nothing. Not that they really work on Baronade that well. I don't think I ever tried it. Well, no, I've tried using a Deku Nut on Baronade before. But, like, this is almost all Boomerang fight. Other than, like, the very last section of this is almost entirely the Boomerang. Which, like, I'm fine for using the dungeon item to kill the boss. Like, that makes sense. But, like, it can't just be all that. Not even on the first one. Like, you still have to use other stuff. Usually, at least in the case of the first boss fight, it's probably going to be your sword. But it's very weird to see, like, how heavy this is in terms of, like, yeah, this is almost all the Boomerang. Could we target, like, yeah, there we go. That's not even the one I was targeting, but it worked. Ooh, good camera angle there. Let's not do that again, please. There we go. Now it seemed to figure out what I was trying to do. It's always kind of a pain of trying to get it to go through this shield, essentially. And there we go. That's probably all I'm going to manage to get for it. Flips back around again. Tried to jump backwards the other way, and that did not work. That'll work. I thought he was going to take at least one more hit than that, but I guess not. Gross. Again, probably the only fight as a kid that, like, you might take a tiny bit of damage in, and even then, like, I played that pretty sloppily and still only took half. And didn't use any of the pots on the outside of the arena, didn't use a fairy, like, I'm still not that bad. Also, if you were actually picking up all the collectibles, you would probably have twice the amount of hearts that I did, if not more. Ah, yes, everyone's favorite cutscene of the seductive 7-year-old. How could I forget? I'm uncomfortable and I want to go home. What do you want? Give me the spiritual stone. It's even creepier if you say nothing really, or whatever the other option is. Yeah, nothing really. He seems to have that option a lot when talking to females in this game, because you could say that to... You actually have to say it to Nabooru for the Spirit Temple of, like, what are you doing here? And you have to say nothing. She doesn't give you a creepy answer like Ruta does. She's more like, oh, you got nothing to do? Cool, then you can help me work on this thing. Rather than, like, oh, there's no need to be coy. You did it! You got another jewel! That's all of them. Good job! Love that line. Like, both this one and the Goron one, it's like, sworn brothers, you don't know what he means by that, and her most precious possession, you're not quite sure what she means by that. Link's just very unsure of everything going on. He just really doesn't understand at all. Oh, no, right. I always get these mixed up. I'm used to thinking that spot with the little thing where... is actually where the dungeon is, not where the exit is. I always go backwards in this section. Because it drops you off for that cutscene that's played for laughs. But yeah, we'll skip Furor's win. Never use it anyway. But the good news is, I'm actually going to check the shop real quick and see if there's Deku Nuts available. But it also lets me pick that up. There's probably not. Oh, there are! Yeah! Fork them over, man. I want to keep at least a few of these for the Poe sisters. I'm thinking like 10. This should be plenty. But just for the heck of it, I'm going to buy one more. And that will also preemptively save me from the 69 jokes. And also give me a chance to get that, sure. That's going to be totally useless for a while, but for the time being, I will appreciate having it. Watch me end up with 69 rupees after getting to the end of this river section. I'm just going to take the faster way. Even though there is a section that if you swim underneath the bridge by going the other direction, you can actually get a 20 out of it, but it's not that big a deal. 76, alright, well, we'll go with 76. I used to main him in Overwatch. And then everyone and their mother decided they wanted to play DPS, so I switched to tank and healers. I was gonna say that cutscene's gonna kick in here at some point, right? I forgot you actually have to be like relatively close to the drawbridge for it to kick in. That's crazy to think, though, that like even cutscenes included, and me detouring for like some extra bottles too, that you can start playing as Adult Link in under 2 hours. And it, like, honestly, it probably will be over between this and the giant cutscene with the, because this is a long string of cutscenes, because it's this, it's the cutscene with the flashback of Zelda teaching the Song of Time, it's the one of opening the Door of Time, it's the one of talking to Rauru, and then talking to Sheik after that. So you don't actually physically get control of Adult Link probably until after the 2 hour mark. So... Also, you can't see it on the, oh, what is it? On the timer there, there is another one that's on there, which is Ganondorf defeated versus Ganon defeated. And that actually marked those as two separate entities. Not that there's going to be much of a gap between the two, because, you know, it's back-to-back. You've got guts, kid. Yep, I do in fact have guts. I was in Jabba Jabba's guts earlier. God, he has such big ears in that shot. He looks so weird. He looks bald. Like, he's balding pretty bad, apparently. Used it up all on his eyebrows, I guess. You fool, do you realize who I am? I am Ganondorf, and soon I will rule the world. That was not your delay, that was me knowing all the dialogue, because I've played this game a lot. And then Link will creepily stare, and then blink about 5 seconds in. Zoom in, blink. Blink. So creepy. Alright, give me the namesake of this game already. Get rid of this nasty other Ocarina. I got a nice blue one now. Plus, it also means it'll warp me back onto the fence, so I don't have to, you know, swim around and deal with that. Nothing worse as a kid than jumping into some water and being like, yep, and I can't get out of this now. Gotta go all the way around to somewhere else and try again. At least I could leave you the ocarina and this melody. It's just not as impactful as the Majora's Mask version of hearing that, of like when you get it back, of Zelda being like, yeah, this is the song that I'll think of whenever I'm thinking of you, because this journey's over. It's got more impact. Here, it's just like, yeah, you kind of needed this, so, here. And Navi's like, aye, you were out for 4 days. It's about time you woke up, man. You've been asleep for 4 days. 4 days? Nah, it's only been a couple hours. Well, before we do that, might as well go ahead and grab Din's fire. Might as well put the bombs on there now. And leave them there too, since it's one of the few items that whenever you switch over to an adult that you can still use. Because it's like, what, the bombs, the Deku Nuts, and that's about it for attack weapons. The Bomb Chew, if you picked them up. If not, it's not the end of the world, since you need them for exactly one puzzle in Ganon's Tower, and that is it. Excuse me? I know I was going through it quickly, but I never hit down. Yeah, definitely not going to have control of Link by the time the 2 hour mark's up. We might be able to pull the sword. It's going to be pretty close. We might be able to pull the Master Sword in under 2 hours. But bear in mind, we also have to watch the cutscene of all the jewels, like, flying into place and the Door of Time opening, and then Navi's like, hey, that's the Master Sword. You're like, yeah, kind of figured that, my man. Thank you. Probably the best one of the 3. Nair's Love's alright, but, like, you get it so late, you don't really get an opportunity to use it. In a 3-heart run, though, exceptionally helpful for fighting the Dark Nuts before getting the double defense, because otherwise they would kill you in one hit. Not that the Dark Nuts are too terribly scary, but the whole dying in one hit thing is slightly a problem. Hi. I hope they all enjoy their dancing and whatnot while they can, before time gets moved forward, and they'll all either be dead or mostly living in Kakariko. That's where most of them end up. I know the guys at the very front do. The woman with the dog does. Almost played Zelda's Lullaby right there. Almost did it. Like, right idea or wrong song. But yeah, I imagine most of them either went to Kakariko or tragically, the redeads that you see that are in where the bazaar was, some of those are probably the people from there, you know. If not, they're probably the castle guards. See, part of me wonders if I should have put, like, Master Sword on the timestamp, but, like, you get that so close to the light medallion, what would be the point? The only difference is, like, a 5-minute cutscene, so... I'm surprised they don't even make any mention with Navi of, like, wait a minute, isn't the Triforce supposed to be in here? We just get distracted by a new sword. Oh, we did get to pull it before 2 minutes, so that's good. Absolutely not going to have control of Link again for at least another 3 or 4 minutes, though. Because it's going to be the cutscene of Link, you colossal dipshit. You just let Ganondorf get the Triforce. And as you'll find out later, only a piece of the Triforce, but the point still stands. Look at this fog effect we made. It was very nice. I actually do like that scene of, like, him crossing his arms and having, like, that dark evil laugh as he fades into the fog. That's actually a really good touch. It's probably the only time, other than the part where he's like, I'm Ganondorf and I will rule the world, where he actually feels like a sinister villain. Every other time, they try to make him creepy. It's like, what happened? Did he see you? He's like, yeah, he noticed some kid was staring at him through a window. That would make anybody a little uncomfortable. Now we'll get to the Forest Temple in a bit. We got the light sage first. I am Kepora Gabor. I mean Raru, one of the sages. Also known as the only one that you have not met, other than Niboru, but you will at least have some backstory with her when it comes time to play the Spirit Temple. This guy really has no connection to Link outside of, you know, being the Light Sage. Unless he is Kepora Gabora. In which case he sort of does, but, like, you know, no one wants to hang out with him, so... You've grown up. Yep, sure have. Is a sacred blade which the evil ones may never touch. Yep, nobody's touching my blade. Do you understand Destiny? Sure. Well, at least we got sealed away in time, rather than the classic, we got all the medallions, or whatever the set thing is, and then, like, he kidnapped our friend, and we just traded away the world to save our friend. And then, of course, did not get our friend back. Because, hello, they're the big bad. They weren't going to actually give that person back to you. Your power to fight together with the sages makes you the hero of time. The hero of time, chosen by the Master Sword. Yep, we got it. Yo, can we get the medallion and leave? Please? I got a ghost I gotta go race for the hook shot. It's clearly more important than saving the world. Cool. Hilariously enough, the gaps are actually getting smaller between each piece. Like, it was like almost an hour between the emerald and the ruby, and then it was like pretty much half an hour between the ruby and the sapphire, and then here it was like 25 minutes between the sapphire and the light medallion. Though between getting the hookshot and doing the Forest Temple, it's probably going to be more time than the 25 minutes. Not by a lot, mind you, but the Forest Temple does take more than 25 minutes. I would wager it is one of the longer ones. Because I'm very sure, at least from when I played them getting ready for making sure I knew where to go for Icarus, I'm very sure the Shadow Temple was the shortest. The Spirit Temple was also pretty short. I think it's probably... I mean, water has to be the longest, just naturally, because of having to unequip and re-equip all the stuff like the boots and whatnot. So really the only ones that might be... that I'm not sure about is Forest longer or shorter than Fire, and I feel like it's probably... shorter. Not by a lot, but I feel like it's probably shorter than Fire. So that would be Water, Fire, Forest, Spirit, and Shadow from longest to shortest. Would be my guess. You can tell they just wanted to show off the Master Sword of, like, Link actually physically holding in that shot, because it focuses on the sword less than it does him. But it's still a cool shot, like, you know. One sage is waiting for the time of waiting. No, I think all of them are. You should head to Kakariko, or Kakariko, or Kakariko. There's like a million ways to pronounce that mess of a name. So really, take your pick. Much like the Sheikah's a man versus Sheikah's a woman debate, I will accept most pronunciations. Unless you just spell it, or pronounce it like Jeff, where it's just not even close. As long as you gave it, you know, at least the old college try is an acceptable answer. That just baffles me, like, thinking about it, like, how much time that I spent, like, 100%ing the game, or also when I played as a kid, that, like, basically in 2 hours you can get to the adult section by that point. That's absolutely mind-boggling to me. Also, yes, I am going to free Epona. It's the right thing to do. Because, again, I'm pretty sure she's not required. The only spot that I'm not 100% sure is getting across the gorge where the bridge has to be fixed. But I'm pretty sure you can long shot to, like, a piece of wood on the other side and just get there that way. But this is more just because it's the right thing to do. Plus, Ingo's always been, like, an interesting minor villain to me, because, like, part of him is, like, entirely right of, like, he did work incredibly hard on the ranch, and Talon did next to nothing. And so, like, there is something to be said for, like, people that work hard should be not given, quote-unquote, but, like, if you work harder, you should... I feel like there should be something for that, you know. Now, granted, it's not, you know, terrorizing the horses, mind you, but, you know. I don't even need the money, so I'm not going to bother jumping the hurdles to get the rupees back. No one to ride. I'm pretty sure you have to do this twice, so... Ah, not that. Yep. Okay, there we go. So you have to leave. Same thing again. Didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. I'm pretty lucky with my rupee amount, because you do have to have 50 to challenge him, so... If you come in here with less than that... Because you can come in here with 50 exactly, because if you jump both the hurdles both times, you can just make that 10 rupees back right away. Check this out, sucker. Just pretty much block him from being able to go on the inside of the turns. And we're good. I love that noise. It's so good. Yeah, that is the spot right there. When he takes that turn super wide, like at that point, you can just overtake him, and as long as you stay on the inside and are pretty decent about keeping the carrots, then you're pretty much fine. Eat it, nerd. Is that Epona? How did you tame that wild horse right under my nose? I was gonna present that to the great Ganondorf, but I bet it on the race and lost. That's hilarious, dude. Yay, we freed Epona! Good girl. Plus, they'll make traveling a little bit faster. That might ultimately break even roughly on time, I think. Like, yeah, you gotta spend time to obviously free Epona, but it also lets you go around Hyrule Field faster. Because sometimes where you're going, there's just, like, there's no warp you can take that's gonna make it faster or anything like that, so... Oh, I didn't want to do that, but okay. I was trying to get more Deku Nuts, but that was a waste of time. Hopefully I'll remember that if I decide to do another run similar to this, that, like, if I'm getting Deku Nuts for the Poe Sisters, that even in the Forest Temple, now that I think about it, there's spots where you can get 3 sets of 5, which is plenty, from the giant Deku Babas. Oh well. No big deal. Get out of here, Mido. I think you can just barely see his face, or like the edge of his lip in that shot. That was nice. Do you know that song? Don't mind me, I'm just doing my sassy stance. Also, I'm an idiot because I just realized I didn't go get the hook shot. I got so distracted with getting Epona that I totally forgot about it. That was a good camera angle. I'm glad I could see what was going on there. Pretty sure as an adult you can actually get across the river. I know as a kid you can't, but I'm pretty sure you could just actually get up there physically now. Yeah, no problem. So that'd be less time than getting Epona all the way down there across the bridge and then getting off of Epona. Is yeah. Nope, just a Rupel. Oh well. Man, when you get here, like, right when the sun comes down, this looks creepy with all, like, the red and purple vibes. It feels like the final day in Majora's Mask, which is extra creepy. Or not the final day, but, like, the final 12 hours. That might be one of the few songs that still creeps me out in a game to this day, is that final 12 hours. Or 6, or whatever the number is. Not that it'll matter, because he'll give me the hook shot either way, but let's see if I can get under a minute on the first run here. Well, not if you're going to do that. Nope. You're not getting 3 in a row. Nope. Sir, if you could please stop putting them where I can't see them any day now would be appreciated. I'd be lucky to get under a minute 5 at the rate I'm going here. Skip a little bit right there at least. I don't have to deal with him throwing fireballs on top of me. That'll have to suffice. A press that didn't, like, close on me, but using that little shortcut probably helped. Doesn't that sound cool? Yeah, it'd be awesome to have in real life. It's essentially a grappling hook that you can either pull things toward you or pull yourself onto things. I mean, that'd be awesome in real life. I think we can get the Song of Storms right now, too, because it's just going to drop us off into the windmill here. Get the hook shot, spring-loaded chain. Yeah, like they literally just told us what it was. One of the most valuable items in the game. Probably one of the best ones, too. People that play randomizers are often looking for this thing, and its counterpart, the long shot. Probably one of the best items you can get, especially in the adult section, outside of maybe the Zelda's Lullaby. Zelda's Lullaby is vital for randomizers. That's like, for me personally, that's the #1 thing you should always be looking for is that. Can I just skip the intro part? And just yeah, okay, good. Let's all play the Song of Storms. Sorry I'm being quiet, but man, I love just listening to it. Like, remix of it are good, the original is good, you know. Flat out a great song. Alright, after that little detour, now let's actually go and do the Forest Temple. I almost expected that second one to drop arrows, and then I'm like, dude, you don't even have the bow yet, what you need arrows for? My horse is dutifully awaiting me. I kind of wish it was like with games now where like staying on the road would make your horse go a little bit faster, and you could have like the ability to set a marker and automatically go, like just by holding down up and the speed up button, and they would just automatically go the way they needed to. But got a lot more years to wait for that one. Plus, it's a nice and simplistic style, like, in the good sense of it's very simple and thus very easy to understand and works. Which is better than trying to be overly complex and having it fail in multiple aspects. So, I would rather it be simplistic, thanks. Maybe they'll do that one day, though. You never know. Make it to where the stamina meter or the carrots or whatever they use recharge faster if you're on proper roads. I know they've done that in other games. I'm referring to specifically Legend of Zelda. Like, heck, they've done that in Assassin's Creed, so... Yes, yes, this is my favorite version of mentioning this, because we know it's not going to be brought up again. Like, seriously, at this point, you're like a third done the game. Stop telling us. I was hoping I could do the old trick of stepping in and out, and Link didn't want to go back. He wanted to get stabbed by that guy. We're taking that heart. That's mine now. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Olé! Sucker. Oh, that was good timing on that. He's not even in this hallway right now. He must be on the side, or was on the side. I'll grab some money while we're here. Why not, really? Do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, what a surprise. You were expecting Sari to be sitting on that stump for 7 years? Yeah, I don't think so, man. Believe it or not, ladies have to use the bathroom, too. See, when they start with that line of, like, the flow of time is always cruel, it makes you think that Sari is dead, but she's not. That'd be an interesting twist on it if, like, sages are all dead, but they're not. Like, none of them die, not even Daronia, even though it, like, heavily implies that he dies. He doesn't. Because he goes to fight Volvagia, and you don't see him at that point until after the dungeon's over, and he's like, yeah, I'm turned out to be the Sage of Fire, but at the end of the game, they all go back to where they were in the adult timeline. They all end up on Death Mountain and go back to live the remainder of their lives, so... I guess at worst, they could have died and maybe been brought back, but... Like, we know absolutely Ruto survived, so... That's the only one that you can be, like, 100% sure of. Alright, Forest Temple. Thanks, camera. Appreciate you. Nope, not quite. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna let me do that. I was making really good progress on killing those Wolfos and getting up that wall fast. We can't have that. Camera, thanks. Bye. I know those guys are pretty good about dropping hearts, but it's not that big a deal. If I was low, I'd be worried, but like I'm missing, what, 3/4 of a heart right now? It's fine. It's not that big a deal. See you later. I'll be killing you all one by one until I come back here and fight the final one. No thanks. Cool, thanks for the key. That was one of the more cleaner fights than dealing with those guys. Sometimes they just like to shield for all eternity and are just like, nope, sorry, you're not allowed to do anything. Alright, so that's 2. Oh, we're just gonna be stuck here, okay. Okay, so spin attack for the record, best way to deal with that. That is not what I wanted at all, but sure, we'll run with it. Excuse me, sir, I would like to not have my butt bit by a spider. Deal with that bot in a second. There we go. Do that. Nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. I know there is an option. Where is it? Is it this? Nope, it's not that. Still can't do it. Alright. Come on. Close that window, please. Thank you. There it is. Good lord. That took way too long to solve. I don't know why it was in a different spot than it was normally to do that. Excuse me, sir, could we grab that hookshot target? Thanks. Seems like we've been banning a lot of bots lately. They've been resurfacing as of late. Sure, we'll take another one. Another one for the road. And by the road, I mean another one might have the chance to use as a kid, but not necessarily. Alright, and that is the opening act of the Forest Temple. Now that we got the keys, we can start getting some of the ghosts. On today's episode of Yes, Navi, we can see their arrows painted on the floor. I say that jokingly, but I mean somebody has beaten the game blindfolded, so... That takes some serious dedication to, like, knowing your patterns of, how things occur and where to move and whatnot. Camera, please don't do that. You're trying to give me a seizure here. It is not appreciated. Nope, I didn't want to go that way. Makes me wonder what being able to do like a multiplayer run of this dungeon would be like, where like once you get a key, anybody can use it. Like it'll just appear like that on the bottom. It's like anybody can use it, so you could have people do like these block pushing puzzles really quickly. Somebody could go off and get like the, you know, you'd have like one initial person go and get the first key in the room while the other two skip that part, and then one goes to grab the key that's directly across from the way you enter, and then one that's in the one where we got the third key that's in the well, and while they're getting those two, the other person can go and start using those keys to get through and start killing the ghosts and get the bow and arrow and all that. It'd be an interesting idea. No thanks, I'm just gonna ignore you, Mr. Skull. Corridor's all twisted. Yes, again, we can tell. And now probably the only actual useful advice she would give to a first-time player, which is the wall masters are hanging out in here. Which is pretty much the only time anybody actually wants Navi to talk of like, oh, there's actually a wall master in here. That's good to know. Thank you. Alright, let's go fight some more Stalfos. A little weird they recycled this twice here. I guess the only difference is you fight 1 and then 2 as opposed to just 2 for the key, but like, you would have had to have fought them to get here already, so. Alright. Get that gap in the floor covered up so I can actually move around here. Much better. Ooh, more Deku Nuts. Tank that frame rate. We got a bunch of hits on him in a row. That was like 4 out of the 5 that I needed, just all back to back there. It's easier just to do this than rather than try to get the correct angle on the pots, honestly. Alright, let's go get some ghosts with this bow and arrow. That's crazy to think in 2.5 hours you could go from starting the game to having the bow. Because it would have been under 2:30 had I A, not had to stop to get rid of that bot, and B, not made that stupid mistake of forgetting the hook shot. Surprised it gave that to me. Okay, there's one. I think that one's the map, correct? Or is this the key? No, this is the key, because the... Is that right? Yeah, this is the key. The blue one gives you the map. Or the compass, whichever. Doesn't matter, because we're not picking them up. Oh, but I do have to go back after getting this blue one, don't I? Because I need the second key. I have to get by untwisting the corridor. So I probably should have done the blue one first, but eh. It's not that big of a time difference. They're not going for a world record here, so. Cool. What, no arrow? They're usually pretty good about dropping arrows. They almost always do, because that's just what they're programmed to do. It's a bit weird. Alright, well, I'll just steal some from here then, I guess. I don't care as much about keeping the Deku Nuts of the bomb stock, but I do want to keep the arrows as high as I can. I use the arrows semi-frequently. Mostly when I can't use the hook shot, because it either A, doesn't extend far enough, or B, stuns the enemy rather than killing them. Too low. There we go. Let's go get that key from the room where the floor master is. Also in the boss key in here. Should probably grab that too. Probably want that for later. That'd suck to go all the way through the dungeon and not have that. I don't think I've done that with this boss key. I've done it with a boss key before, but I don't remember which one it was. I think it was the water temple. Pretty sure it was anyway. It's not bad on those guys either. I have to remember that. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna offer more, I'll take them. They're better than I ever gave them credit for as a kid, that's for sure. Nope, sorry. The children will not, in fact, be spared. Little baby little baby floor masters, they will not be spared. We got a magic jar and a key. So I have to deal with them potentially knocking me off. Really, the big downside of making this loop is you have to go through this room again. At least you don't have to push the blocks, but still. It's not too bad. It's probably all of, like, what, 25 seconds, maybe? Now, if they made you re-push the blocks, then that would suck, but... That was the section I never figured out as a kid. Like, I got the whole twisting the corridor to normal, but I never thought about twisting it back. So I just stupidly ran that loop like 3 times and wasn't able to figure it out. So at that point I would have just been like down to probably one singular key and not sure like where to put it. Where I was like, yes, I've seen a locked door somewhere. I just don't know how to get to it anymore. Kid me was not very good about putting things together, needless to say. I'm glad you're here to tell me these things while I'm trying to make a jump that's a little awkward to do. Alright, that'll work. Halfway down the ladder, at least I don't have to climb the whole thing. Just ignore these dudes. Get in the room with the nasty blood water, or whatever it's supposed to be. Here while the ceiling falls again. Ignore the bundle of arrows and the spider. And let's solve the puzzle. It's very difficult, he said, lying through his teeth. Sir, could you please not? Cool. 3 down, 1 to go. And some arrows. I'll take those. Even though I'm pretty sure they're going to give me some of that pot up there along with the heart. Yep, sure enough. Well, let's leave those there. Save them for the next guy to walk through here. And now we are back to fight the final foe. Why, yes, I have killed all your friends. And now it's your turn. Needless to say, I don't find this fight too terribly difficult. I mean, it's more time-consuming, I guess, than the other three. If you don't know the trick to with the Deku Nuts, it might be about the same, though. Get off the top of this elevator here. Oh, cool, it just, like, pushed me off. Perfect. Because tragically, you cannot stand on top of it and have it slide down. You do have to be on the bottom section. Even though that wouldn't get you stuck regardless, so I'm not sure why that was important. But apparently it was important for some reason. Probably a reason that we will never know. Just a bundle arrows, but we'll just kill that for all the arachnophobes out there. Well, we might be able to get the Phantom Ganon fight in under 3 hours, depending on how it goes, but, like, that's honestly anybody's guess. Since Phantom Ganon, in my opinion, is the hardest fight in the game, only because of the technical limitations of the stage being too small. And literally no other reason, because the Ganondorf fight, where you do the exact same thing, absolute joke. So I'm not 100% sure what the issue is other than just the stage is too small. Like, there might be another reason, but I don't think it is. I think it's just literally because the stage is too small. So, yeah, we gotta get it to red, so we gotta push it 2 more times. It's always a very weird puzzle. I'm just like, maybe there's a faster way to do it, but it seems like as long as you just keep pushing it in the same direction, be it clockwise or counterclockwise, like, eventually you're just gonna get what you need, so... And they're usually about the same amount of pushes, regardless of whether you kept going the same way or decided to go the opposite way, that you might as well just keep going the same way. I'll open the last one. Alright, Phantom Ganon, let's see what you got. It's also the closest you'll ever get to fighting Ganondorf on his horse in this game, even though it's not actually Ganondorf. I'm just going to move this to the lower spot, just for the heck of it, and be a little bit easier. It feels more like a bow and arrow since you're pulling back on the C-stick. one. Just don't get me wrong, the first phase of this fight, absolute joke. Once you just figure out to look for the horse's armor, which is like a pretty light gray, and just look between the two and be like, yeah, the horse doesn't have as much armor there, it looks darker, then it's pretty easy from there. Alright, Ganon, you and me. Show me what you got. I was hoping at point blank that wouldn't happen. But nope. I'm surprised you let me get 3 hits just then. I really am. Did he just go through the ground? I don't think I've seen him do that before. You supposed to be going through the ground, buddy? Wow, that was a much easier time with Phantom Ganon than I've had in a very long time. Which just goes to show you, if the fight works as it should, it is an absolute joke. That was like 2 minutes. For both, like, both phases combined, that was like 2 minutes. Marvelous. Where's the, there it is. Take that as a trophy and get out of here. So the medallion will, in fact, be under 3 hours. I was not expecting that. I was expecting that fight to, like, give me some technical problems. I'd be shooting closer to, like, 255 for him beaten, and then maybe the cutscenes might push me over to slightly over the 3 hours. But, no, we're good. This isn't going to take 9.5 minutes to get through this. I am pleasantly surprised by that outcome. That was weird. That, like, the noise that it made of her spawning him with, like, the little wah wah noise lasted way longer for some reason. Maybe the game just, like, freaked out because of how easy I beat him for once. I'm still pretty sure he's not supposed to go through the floor like that in Phase 2 when he's flying around when he does that attack. Though, to be fair, I usually don't see him do that attack. Usually he just skips it all together and just sticks the ping pong. Not a bad time, considering I goofed up and also paused to get rid of a bot. Now it's probably closer to about 45 minutes rather than 49. Had neither of those things occurred. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to sit through this. It's weird that there's only, of the medallions, not counting the light medallion, the 2 of these you have to sit through a cutscene with forest and water, because afterwards you run into Sheik and it's like, oh, did Ruto want to thank me for saving her? It's right before you get the fire out, but like after the fire temple, nothing. After Shadow, nothing, and after Spirit, you know what? Actually, after Spirit, there is a cutscene. Now that I think about it, so maybe they just skip because the Spirit one's like, oh, you've gotten all the medallions. Now you need to get back to the Temple of Time. So yeah, it's every other time. That's really weird. Huh. I'm not counting Light Medallion in that because, like, there's no temple, there's no boss. Unless you want to combine all the kid dungeons to make one singular thing that could constitute the Light Temple. And that would probably put you at, like, a decent-sized dungeon, the 3 put together. That'd be one of the longer dungeons, but again, that's literally 3 dungeons put together. If you took out the tutorials, you'd probably be looking at, like, the upper half of the longer dungeons, but not the longest one. I don't think it'd be as long as the Water Temple. It's an interesting use of the word bound, where it says like you were always bound to leave the forest, and it's like a mixture of bound as in like it was his destiny / fate to leave the forest, but then also bound like, oh yeah, he was bound to leave eventually, you know. More like the we kind of figured at some point this was going to happen type of thing. Well, with that temple down, really there's not anything we need to do. And even in a normal playthrough, there really wouldn't be that much. It would be going to get the bow and arrow upgrade. And that's about it, really. Before you go to the fire temple, there's not much of a gap. From what I remember, anyway. You kind of just go. Because usually the stuff you pick up, like if you really care about getting it that early, you're probably just going to do it immediately when you turn into an adult of getting the pieces of heart that you can reach after you've planted the bean and all that stuff. But a man like me does not need that. So we shall merely skip it and move on. See you later, Bona. I couldn't technically swing by the Light Temple right now, but I figure I'm not going to need the prelude, so I'll just wait until I have to go to the bottom of the well as a kid, and I'll just grab it then. Ooh, some bombs. I'll take those. I tell Talon he can go back to the ranch, but that would require me to actually go get the pocket Kuko and all that, so, eh. Well, since I had good luck with Phantom Ganon, it'll be interesting to see how good my luck plays out in trying to get the, in getting Darunia's son to stop rolling around, because I seem to be pretty bad at managing to get him to stop correctly. So hopefully I'm not going to lose a giant amount of bombs doing this. Hey, how's it going? How you doing? That's nice. That won't matter since I'll be in the fire temple pretty quickly here. The other way. If the camera had panned, I might have been able to get him right there, but unfortunately I could not see what I was doing, and so... No. And unfortunately him actually hitting the bomb physically does not make it explode. If it did, this would be way easier. Because now all you have to do is just aim, you don't have to time. There we go. Not bad. 3 shots. How could you do this to me? Oh, please, like that even hurt you. Yes, I came to the Fire Temple in order to get the hammer. I like the Megaton hammer and feel like it's criminally underused in this game. The hammer in Ocarina is the spinner to Twilight Princess fans. Helpful in Arbiter's Grounds, piece of heart in the overworld, and then like a little bit of Hyrule Castle, and that's about it, really. Which is very unfortunate. Because the spinner was a cool idea for an item. Like, it really was. It did not get the love that it needed. Yeah, I'm gonna go get eaten by Volvagia, which makes no sense when you see the size of the dragon. There's no way Volvagia could eat any of the Gorons. It's much too thin. It's also one of the more ineffective bosses in terms of a boss fight. Like, it's probably the... Well, no, there's no doubt about it. It is the easiest boss fight as an adult, typically. If you know what you're doing, you could probably argue Morpha, but, like, for most players, it's not going to provide any semblance of a challenge whatsoever. And now we officially go into Death Mountain Crater, because we didn't do that Skulltula and Heart piece as a kid, so this is our first time coming here. Oh, do I have to grab this? Alright. Either one works. I don't have any preference. A true friendship. We've met Darunia twice at this point. When we first met him when he was angry when we played the song, and then once again when he actually gave us the ruby. Like, we're acquaintances at best. First time he was angry, we cheered him up, and then he was like, hey, you do a favor for me and I'll give this to you. And so we did it, and he gave the ruby to us. And that was about where that ended. La, you have learnt the Bolero of Fire. Cool. See you later, Sheik, when we're heading through the ice cavern. Or done with the ice cavern, rather. That's another thing I guess I technically could have put on that list, is going through the ice cavern and the bottom of the well, but eh. There are no bosses and no heart containers, and therefore it is not a temple. Or a real checkpoint. With Ganondorf, it's like, it's the final boss, so it's a little bit more, like, okay, this is fine. Alright, here we go. And for anybody curious, no, I'm not using a guide or anything like that. I played this game way too many times. I know how to get through these, including water. And also the fact that I replayed Water, Shadow, and Spirit for Icarus' streams in the last couple weeks. Okay, you have fun with that. Well, maybe you should have gotten it. Please save my people. Fine. It's also a slight trick he pulls on you if the prisoner's cells are in the opposite direction, yet the first one you need to unlock is actually not in the opposite direction. It's right here. Which, like, granted, you probably would have realized if you tried to go right and realized the door was locked and been like, oh, yeah, I'm going to need a key. And we're just going to ignore him. If you feel bad for leaving him in there, don't, because if you leave and come back, they will leave of their own accord. They just give you a little advice for the dungeon, which we don't need. Most of the advice is completely useless anyway, because you could have figured it out. Yup. Nothing? Alright, well. We'll leave Mr. Ghost Rider there to do his own thing. Somehow I'm just picturing a hilarious side effect of, like, if somebody had to come here and make sure these guys were fed, that they just accidentally step on the switch and the Goron just rolls out and is like, well, you just let another prisoner go. Nice job, dumbass. That'd be hilarious, but nope. Somebody can make that into a comic one day, I'm sure. And now, here we are, in the first room I ever saw in any Zelda game. Watching my friend play through this temple. This was the first one that I ever saw. Which always makes it kind of special, because there's nothing too terribly remarkable about this room in particular compared to some of the other ones, like where you get the hammer or anything. It's just a room. Probably about the hardest thing with this puzzle is maybe realizing you could grab the chain wall. That's about it. And away we go. And good luck getting me from over here. Now to the maze. Which, like any maze, you can just use the strategy of constantly hugging a wall. And eventually you will find where you need to go. Ah, we're putting the chest on the other side, I see. Have fun getting out of the temple. Not that it'll be that hard for you since it's full of rocks and fire, two things that Gorons pretty much are extremely used to or immune to outright, so really not that much of a threat compared to what it can do to Link. Can we get the door to clip through the wall? Yeah, there we go. Look at that nice, beautiful brown. I didn't mention the chartreuse earlier when we were fighting, whatever the mini-boss in Jabba Jabba's belly is. It's another spot that camera likes going through the wall on. I thought I could get away from that. Nope. Please do not walk off the side. Thank you. Good camera angle there, just right into that spot that no one could see anything. To be fair, it probably doesn't expect you to jump at that weird, awkward angle, because it doesn't expect you to know that there's going to be a wall of fire coming at you. But still, worth a laugh. I'm too much of a weenie to take the little straight path that's over there. That's a little bit harder to stay on. I know. Well, I feel like we're making decent time here, largely. Still gotta get through the room with a hammer without making any mistakes and falling back down to the bottom, but thus far, not too bad. Oh right, you can't do that with this one for some reason. I always forget that. It's so weird about what you can and can't grapple, in just the sense that, like, sometimes it can literally be the same object, and it's like, nope, you can't grapple onto these ladders, and then other times, like, yeah, no, you can absolutely do that. You can do that the whole time. What are you talking about? Very bizarre in that manner. It really does not look like you should be able to make that jump, but whatever. It's fine. Maze Room Part 2. It's the first time I've gotten past that without having to wait multiple times and also not getting hit by the fire. Don't need them, but might as well stock up on them. For Mr. What's-his-face. I already got the hook shot. Oops. Where are you hopping out? Right there? That works. He did not put up much of a fight. I mean, he doesn't normally, but he really did not put up much of a fight that time. Like, normally they at least get away and you have to run the direction opposite him, like, once or twice, but he just kind of stood there and took it. Dumb. I mentioned that earlier too, of not doing that with ones you try to drop down like this. Like, normally that's good for blowing up a wall, for getting something that's on a lower spot where you're actually trying to physically drop it. Not so much. Alright, here's a Megaton Hammer room. See how this goes. I don't know why this Switch is so picky, like... I want to step on it from the corner because that gets the... puts you in the easiest spot, but it just does not want to do that for some... It's only with that Switch as well. I don't know why. That gave me more clearance than I thought it would. I remember that being a much shorter timer. Got the hammer. Nice. Hi. There we go, that'll work. Now the boulder's out of the way, I'll just keep doing this, because otherwise we'll just keep jumping down and having to pull ourselves back up. We're not doing burpees in gym class here, crying out loud. Whee! You can also use them on these little tiki heads. Or whatever they're supposed to be. That's what I always call them, because they look kind of like Easter Island / tiki heads. Cool, thanks. You don't technically need to kill those bats, it's just I didn't want them in the way. Normally they're not that near the door, which was weird. Like, one of them might be, but you can just outrun him, but it's weird to see more than one there. Nice, that still counted. I thought that was going to be just slightly off to where it wouldn't count. The Switch is rested. Yeah, that's why I smashed it with a hammer. That's literally how those work. You have to do that in order to progress. It's weird seeing this block up here blocking the Switch. I usually don't see it up here. Since I watched somebody play this on my first time seeing this, I already knew the block was there, so I just always played it when I first came through this room. Nope, I don't want to play the ocarina. Sir, please hit the Switch. Thank you. That didn't even hit the Switch, but it was close enough to where the game gave it to me. And just like that, we are almost done. We just need to pretty much get the boss key and we are good. Later, nerd! Props to the department that decided to make you not take fall damage on that, because it's kind of a place you have to land, so they figured that was a little bit much. That is the wrong door. I was like, yeah, it's weird that you don't need to push the thing out of the way. So remember there being the Easter Island heads, it's on the right side, not the left. Right side from when you come in was what threw me off. This is the kill all enemies room. Yep, let's kill all enemies. What are you doing? Hey! What you're doing? Get out of here. How'd I miss that guy? Yeah, no thanks. Hard pass on the Tile Masters. Yeah, see, that's what they normally do. I don't know why that first one just decided to get his butt kicked by me. Nope, didn't expect him to land there. Nope, it looks like this one got stuck too, maybe. Dude, the first one I ran into, that time I did not run into him. I'm just gonna ignore the chest, it appears, because that's just gonna be bombs. I already know it. We are just here for this. Alright, Volvagia. Let's see what you got. Yeah, that was a pretty good time. That was half an hour between getting the Forest Medallion and now. Fighting the Fire Temple boss. And it took a tiny, not a lot, but a tiny bit of time to actually get here, blow up what's-his-face. Journey's kid. Get the song from She, and then probably... With that, that's probably like 10 minutes right there. So maybe the dungeon's not as long as I thought it was in my head. Yeah, have fun throwing rocks down on a section of the stage that I'm not on. What, probably 2 more hits if I had to guess? I think it's 2 more. Two more if they're the jump attack anyway, which, like, why would you not? No, 1 more, okay. So he only takes 4 hits with the jump attack. I'm not sure if it matters if you do the jump attack with a hammer or not, but like, yeah, I just always do by instinct. I think it's only the hit with the sword that actually matters, but I'm not 100% sure. Thanks. Ah, yes, how could we forget the cutscene of seeing this guy's ass? Like, thanks. Appreciate that. Man, if only smog disappeared that quickly. You turned out to be a real man. Well, yes, that is what happens when boys age. They get older and become a fully grown adult. Now they can still be a man-child. Like that still qualifies, sure, but for now we'll just use that thought over later. Take the medallion and go. Not bad. Less than 3.5 hours in, and we've only got 3 more medallions to go. And then obviously the final dungeon. Now, while I normally don't consider... I mean, I wouldn't consider this an upgrade like I was talking about earlier when I said no upgrades of, like, nothing that was on a specific menu of, like, the bombs, the arrows, etc. However, I will be picking this up. Because while this is an upgrade, it's not one that's on that menu. This is just, like, on your hotbar, so I am going to be taking the double magic. But, to make it fair, I will not take the double defense. Hi again, boob lady. Good old double magic. What would we do without it? Probably have a lot harder time in Majora's Mask when doing the Goron race. That's probably the case. You can do it without double magic. It is just extremely hard. Still not as bad as the Clocktown shooting gallery, though. To me, that's the hardest thing in Majora's Mask. That's probably the hardest thing in both Ocarina and Majora's Mask. Sweet. I've only got 8 hearts. It feels so weird to be this way. It's because it's one thing if it's a 3-heart run because you expect to see that, but it's like this one, there's a decent amount of hearts, but normally I would have way more than this. Nope, nothing. Alright, arrows. I'll take arrows. I don't think I needed arrows, but I'll take them. Here comes the unfortunate part of making our way all the way back, because there's really no quick way to get to where we need to go. Because even if we had the Serenade of Water, that doesn't warp us to the Ice Cavern. That warps us to just above the Water Temple, so... Is this the set that had the... Nope, it's not. Okay. Just curious to see if the Deku stick was still there. Again, not that big a deal, but... Because we've got at least 3 right now for whenever we go back, and... I don't think you need him for anything. I'd probably end up using him on the Dark Nut fight in the Spirit Temple, if anything, for the kid side. I don't think I've ever used him on the Dead Hand as a kid. Well, I have to say, 3.5 hours in, roughly, I'm pleasantly surprised with how much progress has been made. I was, like, shooting for maybe 6 hours and thought that seems like it's pushing it a lot. I feel like we're on a decent enough track to get pretty close to 6 hours, like around that area. And the only thing that's, like, the only reason I'm saying that's not an absolute guarantee is just because I'm not sure how long Ice Cavern will take. Because Bottom of the Well, if you're just going for the Lens of Truth, Bottom of the Well is extremely short. Like, there's keys in there, you don't need the keys for anything. There's a bunch of excess rooms there's no need to go into. That'll do for collectibles. That'll do for stock ups right now. I don't think I need anything else. There we go. I always found it interesting you had to have a song to get into Zora's Domain and not Goron City. Like, you do need the song to get to Darunia, but not the city itself. Almost makes this feel like the Zoras are more sophisticated, like they live in a gated community of, like, you have to know the password / trick / have the key or whatever to get in. I'm actually going the right way here. I'm so used to going and grab that piece of heart that I almost went the wrong way. Alright, Ice Cavern. Nice, good time on that. Usually that takes me a little bit longer. Typically because I'm getting frozen. Getting frozen now for one of the rooms where I will almost guaranteed get frozen. Not this one, but the next one. Mostly because of Ice Case. Hello, my old friends. Oh, thank you for the hearts. I appreciate those. I actually got him. Wow. I thought he was going to get me. I'm sure that was obnoxious for anybody just listening to the audio and not watching the gameplay of me collecting 3 things of blue fire and being like, is the audio messing up? No, it just plays that every time. That's all. I definitely just went through that, but okay. Alright, did I pick the correct way? I did pick the correct way, good. Normally that would be bad and I would have to go back, but not in this instance. I'm gonna come around. Okay, there's 2. There we go. Sir, please do not. Just get that one normally. I gotta go get that one. Alright. Actually, accidentally pushed it the quote-unquote correct way once the door unlocks. That's funny. I did not mean to do that at all. Probably just did that from pure muscle memory. Looks like I'm going to have to go back to get at least 1 thing of blue fire for the king, but it looks like unless I'd gotten that bottle, that was going to be inevitable, and it would be much faster to just go and get a 4th thing of blue fire than it would be to get that 4th bottle, so I'm not too terribly upset about that. Nope. I didn't get frozen that whole way through the ice cavern. I'm not going to give you guys the satisfaction of getting me right at the end. Nope. It's not going to happen. Sorry. As far as I can recall in my mind, that is the first time I've made it through the ice cavern without getting frozen a single time. If I get frozen on the way out, whatever. I mean actually going through it to get the required item. And for that, I am proud of myself. Well, that was fun. Moving on. Joke of a fight. Whole room for that, too. Pity. Couldn't have even been 3 Wolfos. Nope, just the 1. Hey, Sheik. How you been since we saw you, like, half an hour ago-ish? Unless you shut off the source, the ice will never melt. Well, unfortunately, in-game, it will still never melt, so... bit unfortunate. Pretty much all it does is fill Lake Hylia back up to full. And all that lets you do is get to the fishing minigame for the gold scale, which again, you don't technically need to get the piece of heart that's required for it, because you can do that little trick with the hookshot and the iron boots. Which you would have both of after doing this. You have learnt the Serenade of Water. Bye. Sorry I'm not talking much, but I'm kind of just getting into playing the game, honestly. It's nice to just do a run-through of it. The camera did not appreciate that. Nope, I'm getting out of here before you guys can get me. I wish to take my victory of not getting frozen while being in the ice cavern, even once. Nope, that is not the right way. Gotta be this, because I didn't open the other way, and the other one's up higher, so gotta be this. Yeah. I've come back to life. I don't think that's how that works. But to be fair, with how many shows and games and whatnot are being like, yeah, if you get frozen in a block of ice, you can just, like, live in there in a sort of cryogenic freeze for hundreds and hundreds of years. And it's like, no, pretty sure that would kill you. So do not try that. Can I warp from here? I honestly don't know if it will let me warp inside of Zora's domain. I feel like it will, though. Cool. It saves me trouble having to walk out of here and then warp out. Because in a lot of buildings it won't let you, but I figured since you probably went back to get the tunic that they would just immediately let you warp. I appreciate that. Alright, let's go for the ever infamous water temple, shall we? Only took about 20 minutes to do the ice cavern, that's not too bad. In case you wanted to see something hilarious, this is pretty funny. Because instead of Link being surprised, because he does like the shock faced, he's just... It looks so funny. You're a terrible man for swimming into the wall like that. Link's like, yeah, that's great. Can we get up to the surface? 3 places where you can change the water level. I don't know why almost everyone in this game has this voice. You are close. I was hoping I could just, like, literally watch her disappear on screen, because the first time I foolishly thought, because it was like, yeah, just follow me, I'll lead you through the temple. I was like, oh, that's really good, actually. That's really helpful. I'm pretty sure this is the map, but I'm going to go in just to make sure it's not the key. I was like, oh, that would be really helpful, because I've heard the water temple's really bad. Yeah, no, she does not show up anywhere else until the dungeon's over. So, hope you weren't expecting that help. Yeah, it's just a map. Okay. Thankfully, that room does not take too terribly long, so it is fine. Da-da-da. Moving on to get a key. Bad shot. There we go, that's a little better. That still wasn't very good, but I mean, it's better than the first shot. I really wanted to make sure you had enough arrows, since those guys always drop arrows and then there's arrows outside. If you're not fully stocked after doing these 2 rooms, I don't know what to tell you, man. Let's ignore those. I thought he was gonna knock me off, and then he like barely dinged me, and he fell off. That's funny. Thank you for the generous hitbox, because that probably should not have counted. You have fun, Mr. Shellblade. We released you from that tiny little area you're in. Now you can be free and hang out in this little whirlpool type room. It's what he would have wanted. Yeah, thanks, but I don't need those. Alright, so that's 2 keys. Now we'll use 1 to get 2 more, which will put us up to 3. And then at that point we can head in to take on Darkling. I remember having to be that close to the wall for it to activate. I felt like I was within range both times, and both times it was... Nope. Well, if we gotta be picky about it, I suppose. Or pokey. Or porky, you know. Depending on which version you prefer. Yep, send out all those shell blades and what have yous. I don't think I was low on bombs, but if I was, I'm good now. I would apologize, but I'm not the one that made the game. This, like, I'm going as fast as I can, but, like, there's just some sections like this where there's just no... There's faster ways to do it than the average player, but there's no insanely fast way to do it. So I will go at the fastest speed that I can. Which really, we've done the worst of it at this point. Getting the keys we have, like, we gotta go get this one more that's back in the room that we first went into. But, like, really, that's where the bulk of the puzzle comes from. After this, it's not too bad. It's just inevitably when most people play, they'll almost assuredly miss a key somewhere in one of these first 5, because you get these first 5 pretty quickly. Nope, not dealing with that Tektite today. Thanks. Maybe later, but not right now. I'm gonna make a rookie mistake here. Wow, I actually got away with that. I can't believe it. Normally he'll just knock you off the pillar and you'll fall right back down to the bottom, have to kill him and try that again. I can't believe he let me get away with that. I really did not think he was going to. I'm pretty sure that just, like, went right through him and that he went right through me and somehow none of us got damaged. When, like, at least one, if not both of us, should have taken a hit from that. I don't know why I did that. That was foolish. Yeah, I can't do anything there. I thought there was one more platform there for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not gonna wait on hearts, even if he, yep, he did spawn one, but it's fine. I don't need it. Even without the big Goron Sword, Dark Link's not that much of a threat, really. Oh, right, I forgot about this room. And tragically, for anybody that is a fan of this room, I am not. For one, it gives me horrible allergies, as you can tell. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you can hit the switch from, like, almost every spot just using the hook shot. Well, the good news is, even without that, we are getting to the mini-boss within 4 hours. So that's good. That's about the time I was trying to shoot for getting to Dark Link was 4 hours. Arrows that I don't need, probably. Hearts I don't need. Or I guess I did need the hearts. Skip the rupees. It's gonna be magic. Don't need it. Moving on. It'd be cool if we could knock him out before 4 hours, but I don't think we can take him down in a minute. We might be able to if we get lucky, but I doubt it. Hi, Dark Link. Maybe get away from the tree. No, we're just gonna hang out by the tree? Alright, cool. I convince you to... There we go. I don't want to target him, I just want him to face Link. There we go. I definitely got him like at least 3 times there that did not count. I don't know why it didn't count, but... Hey, we beat him in under 4 minutes. Or 4 hours, rather. Nice. Narrowly, but we did do it. I figured he still had a few more hits left in him, but I guess not. Well, he will be missed by all, I assure you. Sends twice as far, and that's very nice. Doo-doo-doo. I definitely read that as you played Song of Storms for a minute. I was like, game, that ain't the Song of Storms. I don't know what to tell you, man. Wasn't planning on it. Arrows and a fairy here. Pretty sure I don't need the arrows, but heck, we'll take them. Might as well. Okay. Never liked that section of the room. You had to be very precise with where you grabbed onto that platform, or you just end up in an almost eternal loop dealing with the vortexes. Now we're back into the other whirlpool room. I'm impressed both times I went through here. I actually remembered correctly that they were the ones with the hook shot. I forgot you didn't need to do that the second time, since the water is too high, but still. Sorry about that. I had to refresh the page I'm watching the stream on to make sure it's still working as it should. I said I'd deal with him later, so there we go. He has been dealt with. Okay, boss room. What is this one? Is this the one I'm looking for? You're not what I'm looking for. Get out of here. I think this goes to essentially nothing right now. I'm pretty sure you come back out through here later on. But I'm going to check anyway. I'm pretty sure the water has to be at middle for what we're doing next. Unless I can... Oh, I can pull this from here. Oh, so this is the way you're supposed to do this puzzle. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I always did the puzzle of resetting the water back to medium and just pushing that block, taking this loop around, going up here, jumping off, and then doing the loop again. But no, in theory, you're supposed to pull it there and then switch the water and push it, but it doesn't make a difference. Either one works, so just pick whichever you like. Make sure that I remember where all the keys are. I feel like I'm going to miss one. I have not missed one yet, but I feel like I'm going to miss one. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. It has only been about 20 minutes in this dungeon. I'm impressed that I've gotten as far as I have in 20 minutes. Because this is like at least halfway. Probably closer to like 60% if I had to guess. Wait, before I go in here. This one leads to, yep, the correct wall. That's just a gold skulltula. We don't need anything in there. That was where we came from, obviously. We pushed that block earlier, so we did that puzzle. I don't think this leads to anywhere important right now. Yeah, this is the thing you need multiple keys for, so I'm not worried about that. Ooh, game did not appreciate me doing that. I'm pretty sure we have to get the other keys before we can progress there. Because that's where the boss key is, ultimately. But we still have at least one other key. There might be two more before we do that. I want to say it's hopefully just one more key. If not, I'm going to be having to rack my brain thinking where the other key is that I missed. It's pretty much the trick of once you get the long shot of like, okay, where are the remaining keys I need, is just to keep messing with the water level until you get to a section of like, oh yeah, I couldn't do this section before because I needed the long shot for it. Which in this case happens to be right here. Nice. Oh. Not what I was expecting. That's a little disappointing. That's gonna lock, so... Yeah, this is normally where you would loop around. That's why the target's here. So you can actually get back up. You get the idea. I don't think there's anything else we need to do with the water level here. Can we do that other room like this? I honestly don't remember if we can do the other room like this. I gotta think no, but I'm gonna check anyway because I'm an idiot. But I'm pretty sure you gotta lower it all the way back down to its lowest set. I guess I didn't even have to technically raise the water to the level I did. I just needed to be up on that middle floor to hookshot across, so... No, it does not matter. Okay, that's good. So if I only needed the two keys, then we're pretty much good, because I'm just going to use those to get to where the boss key is, and then we'll move the water up to high, and then we're done. So I'm hoping I didn't miss a key. Nope. Sorry, Mr. Tektite. We'll leave you to your musings. Ah, this room, yes. Come on up, everybody. It's a real party here. I know there's a trick with this room where you can get, where you like step on the switch of the iron boots, and if you're really fast, you can get up there. And you know what? I might actually give it a try. I'll give it a try. But I'm not giving it any more than one try. If I can't get it, and it's like clear that, you know, it ain't gonna work, then no big deal. Oh, so you've got to, like, raise it all the way before letting it go. order to do this correctly, I presume. I don't feel like this is doable. No, that is definitely not doable. At least, not without whatever step that I'm missing, it's not. Well, put it down, dude. Just sit there and stare at it while it explodes. Yeah, I feel like there's not another key left, other than the boss key. I think we're good. Because I can only think of one locked door, and it's like literally, it is just a room with the boss key. Like, there's nothing else in there. Other than like some pots that have fairies, I think. But other than that, it's empty. This I remember. Normally I wouldn't bother to snipe and be cheap like that, but since this is on a timer and this one's a little bit more finicky than the one that just had the one geyser. Thanks for giving me my arrows back, I appreciate that. Yeah, we're good. And this is the room where we're going to use the last key, so we are set. Hello, Mr. Shellblade, how are you? Sorry to interrupt you, I just need to grab something very quickly, and then I will leave you be. See what I mean? Like, there's literally nothing else in the room, it's just the chest. Restocked on the one earlier from using up the blue fire. Now's as good a time as any. Alright, with that, we're pretty much done here. Not much left to do other than get back to where we need to go and change the water one more time. I'm glad at the very least I managed to do it without a guide, and after having not done it for a while. Since it had been a few weeks at least, and since Icarus did her playthrough of the Water Temple. Oh, hey, the little rock dudes down here. Can't remember the name of those things. Yeah, they can just hang out there. I got lucky once, I'm not gonna press my luck a second time. Get down here. And that is it. That wasn't too bad. That was probably like 50-ish minutes. It's been 50 minutes since we got the medallion, so I would cut that down probably to... Well, no, it's actually probably closer to like half an hour, because the ice cavern took 20, right? So yeah, it's probably half an hour to do the water temple. If you know where you're going, it's about half an hour. That's not too bad, honestly. For all the infamy that it holds, half an hour is not horrible. But again, that's if you know where you're going, so... Alright, let's go fight Morpha. Link, look out, that isn't normal water. Yeah, it's pee water. Fish have been peeing in this water. For 7 years, they've been peeing in this water. It's a nice cinematic shot here. But at first, it just looks like normal water, and then you realize the water is actually alive. Giant aquatic amoeba. A lot of amoebas, parasites, phantoms. Lots of nice icky stuff to contend with for your bosses. Alright, hop on over here, my man. Nope. Not what I wanted to do, but sure. I was going to try trap him in the corner, but I missed. All the way back out here. There we go. And... well, that was pretty decent damage. If my finger had not slipped off the joystick, he probably would have been done in right then and there. But nope. Instead, we wait. You wanna L-target that? Thanks. No, we're not gonna L-target it. Alright, that seems like a good idea. There we go. So yeah, probably about 40 minutes, I guess. Or just under an hour between medallions. It'll probably be close to an hour with the medallions, and if it was 20 minutes for the ice cavern. That seems about reasonable. And again, Morpha's not too terribly bad. If you know that trick, anyway, it can be a little bit obnoxious if you try to fight from the center, that's gotta be a nightmare. I don't think I ever tried to fight from the center, thankfully. I think I always tried to fight from the corners. But yikes, that would've been rough. Cool. 9 hearts. Almost freaked out thinking I hadn't hit the button for the water medallion, but we haven't gotten the medallion yet. Still got like a minute of text to go. You can't hide anything from me. I always know when my man looks at another woman. Take it respectfully. Yeah, what if I don't want to take it? What if I take it disrespectfully? What if I'm like, ew, it smells like fish? Nah, the water medallion's pretty cool looking. They all look really cool when they're like this and they're not on your menu. They look really lame when they're in 2D. Now we get to get that fire arrow, heck yeah. And then we'll have to also go back and get the lens. I know the lens isn't technically required to beat the game if you really know what you're doing and also have a little bit of luck due to, namely, a couple moving platforms that you'd have to time well, or time with luck, but it is technically an all dungeons run. And while it's not a temple, it is a dungeon, so... To think they've been suffering for 7 years. We pulled the sword like about 2.5 hours ago. We've saved half of the world in 2.5 hours. Which all things considered is pretty good, you know. Save half the world in 2.5 hours, you're doing pretty well for yourself. I don't know why Link's so enamored at looking at the lake for some reason, but... I mean, it looks nice, but usually he's like... You know, more focused on a character rather than an object. That looks so awkward. There's just no good way to animate that, at least at the time. There wasn't really an effective way to do that. And now, at long last, we have our first elemental arrow, and the only one we're really going to get till pretty much the end of the game. Because if you think I'm going for that ice arrow, you better have another think. You got the fire arrow. Alright, now I guess it's off to Temple of Time to go and, well, for one, get the Prelude of Light, and for two, also, do the bottom of the well. I guess we could swing by Kakariko and get the Nocturne of Shadow real quick, so we don't have to make that trip twice. We can literally just become an adult after we're done and then warp straight there. Don't think I need anything to restock, but... Well, apparently the game sure didn't seem to think so. Arrows, alright. Are we good on bombs, I'm guessing? 14. Let's just be absolutely sure. Nope, alright. No bombs, then. We will do without. To be fair, I don't think you need bombs that much in Bottom of the Well or Shadow Temple. You need a few in the Shadow Temple, but not a ton. I know of at least one where there's like a room full of enemies and a bunch of junk, and then it turns out the key's just in a chest in the corner of the room. We have to blow up some debris with a bomb. The chest they actually drop from killing all the enemies is just a bloopy. This is like the worst tease ever. Of course, the Shadow Temple does that a lot too, where it's just like, oh, you thought that was the answer to the puzzle? No, sorry. I know we made a chest appear for it and all, but no, that wasn't the answer. You're getting the partial credit reward. Nope, just arrows. Dun 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 dun. Oh, it feels like that part of the music plays right as the night's about to hit. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab the Nocturne. We're here, we might as well. It's like, look, I know we just saw Sheik, but I feel it's only fair we should see Sheik again. Oh, that was really cool. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before, where like the moon was rising like up out of the flames because it just turned to night. That was really cool. I usually don't see this scene at night. It's usually during the day. I feel like it's got more impact at night since it's, for the Shadow Temple. Let's get to show off the fire effect a little bit more because you can see the colors like pulsing between red and whatever the normal color is. Get back. Or not, because that probably would have hit me in the head had I done so. Whee! Check his pulse, Yugi. We shall prepare a spin attack. And then promptly get our ass kicked because I had no control over that cutscene. Every time Link gets his ass kicked, it's just no control. Like, no control of the cutscene at all. Like that one, the one where he's a kid, where Ganondorf hits him with a magic blast. Like, even if I'd been forced to retreat, at least I could have actually dodged it. But nope. But the force of the evil spirit got so strong, the seal of the well broke, and it escaped into the world. 2 exclamation points. That's how you know it's important. I always found it a bit weird that, like, normally it's like, oh, you quote-unquote have to guess, but, like, you clearly know who the forest, fire, and water sages are going to be. But that one, like, before you even get to the temple, it's just like, yeah, no, Impa's the Shadow Sage. Just straight up tells you. Here's a shot of someone's ass. Here would be a shot of someone's ass if the shield wasn't in the way. We've deprived you of the second ass, so unfortunately it was in fact half-assed. Half being 1 out of 2, not literally half of an ass. Okay, now that we got that, and it's raining, I always love that noise. And now it's not raining anymore. I think the fact it rains in that is supposed to be alluding to, like, the idea of, hey, you should play the Song of Storms by the well. But they give you better hints than that, so. Mostly the whole windmill guy being like, yeah, some kid came in here and played this song and messed up the windmill. Like, that's the more obvious hint. But I guess in case you picked that up, like, a while back, like, right when you became an adult and it's been a while since you played, then maybe you could have possibly forgotten. But since it's been about 2.5 hours since we did that, I don't think that's an issue. It hasn't been 2.5 hours. It'll be another 3 minutes or so before that's the case. Hi, again. This is like the 3rd time we've seen you in the last 10 minutes. First time was after the Water Temple, then getting the Nocturne, and now getting the Prelude. And In order to awaken all the other sages, you must become even stronger. You must travel over mountains, already did that. Underwater, already did that. And even through time, about to do that. Yo, dog, I heard you like time. You have to play the Song of Time and the Temple of Time to open the Door of Time to find the Pedestal of Time, and then you can become the Hero of Time. I missed a couple of time jokes in there, but oh well. Oh, that's what the other part was. To travel forward in time to become the Hero of Time. Knew I was missing one. And now we have all the warp songs except for the Requiem. It'll be a little bit before we get that one, though. I think we have all the songs, period, except the Requiem. We're not missing any, are we? Pretty sure it's just that. Picked up the Sunsong, which isn't required. Picked up a Epona song. You'd have to have all the other ones at this point. Yep, see you later. It was an exceptionally powerful Deku Nut that time, I guess. No. I don't know how I got that mixed up. I hit, instead of going left, right, right, I hit left, A. Like, dude, there's no song that has the A button twice in a row. What are you doing? Alright, let's go ruin this guy's day. Sure he'll appreciate that. This kid just runs in, plays a song, leaves, and just completely derails this guy's life. Interesting fact for anybody that plays or doesn't play randomizers is they obviously speed up the Song of Storms here, as you could clearly tell. But the thing is, it's actually in the coding, rather than to speed up the song, it actually has the song play at, like, you know, 1.5 or double or whatever the speed is. But it actually does that for every song in the game, so if you set, like, random music in the game, you could get, you know, a different song in there, and it would play it at that same speed, so it's actually there's actually, like, multiples of every song in the game at a faster pace, rather than it just being one thing of just like, oh yes, we need to change the speed of the song up to 1.5 or 2 or 1.75, whatever they use. Which is interesting from a technical asset, because you think doing it the other way would be a lot easier, but apparently not. But oh well, it's not important, just a little interesting tidbit. As we go through this creepy and very easy to get through area if you're only going for the lens. Like, I don't predict we're gonna spend more than like 5 or 6 minutes down here. So if you don't like this area, good news. We're not going to be here for very long. Honestly, fighting the dead hand is probably going to be the majority of the time here. Sir. 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 Please. Hi. Could have waited for him to turn around. Nah. I didn't expect him to come from the corner like that. Well, did he? Where is he? Oh, there you are. Good lord. What were you doing, man? I'll hang on to the other two. I don't want to use up too many here in case I actually do need them for something. What's up? You know, sulk off in the corner now? Alright, well, you have fun. Still hanging out underground. There we go. Take that. And the question is, can we just straight warp out from here after we get this? Save me from having to go back up. See, for some reason I'm feeling no for this one. I feel like I actually won't be able to. Which would be a bit weird, but we'll find out. Nope, already had the ocarina equipped. Can I do it from here, or am I getting the your notes echoed far, but nothing happened? No, it will let me warp here. Alright, cool. Well, that'll save me a trip out. That's really all we needed. Like I said, very short visit. Didn't need anything else from there. What have you done? A pretty short gap between getting the medallion and starting this temple, considering how many cutscenes we had to go through. We go through like 3 with Sheik, go through the bottom of the well, a bunch of different stuff. And now, for our first time using magic in the entire game outside of holding down a spin attack, which doesn't really feel like a magic attack versus something like this. Probably also because I typically do the quick spin rather than actually holding down the button. Welcome one and all to the Shadow Temple. Yeah, that's great. Yep, can't see the way forward. Bloody hatred. That one's a real wall. This is the fake one we're looking for. Alright. Fought this guy like all of 3 minutes ago, probably. Hi! Tragic you can't get him while he's creeping away like that. I guess he'd be too easy otherwise, though. That was not the greatest spot for him, but we made it work. Oh, you're just gonna do that twice in a row, huh? Think you can outsmart me by doing that? I don't think so. A man like me is not too terribly smart, but he's smart enough to know what to do there. Also, good news, if you don't like those dead hands, that is the last one that we have to fight. So, hooray! Hover boots. These mysterious boots, you can hover above the ground. The downside, no traction. Oh yeah, I got some ice baby tonight. Oh, well, that was easy enough. I'll grab it. There you go. You will probably not see me wearing those hover boots for any longer than I have to. So if you're a fan of wearing those for the later half of the game, sorry, but yeah, I'm not doing it. Thought I was gonna need one more and couldn't remember where it was, but nope. Alright, key. Let's get out of this section. Oh, that's weird. They almost always drop bombs. That's a little disappointing. Oh well. Can't win them all. Hello, Mr. Spider. Hello, Spider number 2. Hello, Spider number 1. We did them out of order just to make it slightly more interesting. That's not how getting hit by a guillotine works, but sure, we'll go with it. The guillotine's only effective as fast as it drops, if it's not moving at all. Alright. Yep, there's Wall Masters in here. Gotcha. Probably shouldn't have tried to do that, but oh well. Gonna ignore him. Alright. Off with those. Yeah, fun fact, the one that's hanging out in that dude, yeah, you don't even need to blow him up. You can just run up to him and it will still count as you touching it. The reason I blew him up was for hopefully more bombs that he did not drop. So I suppose the joke is on me. Oh well. It's not that big a deal. Now we shall use the stone umbrella. I believe that's actually what the game calls it on the hint that's over there. I wonder if I can get to Bongo Bongo in 5 hours, like the 5-hour limit. 15.5 minutes? I feel like I could do that. I'm actually gonna check that chest and see if it's got bombs in it. Knowing my luck, it will not be bombs and it will be arrows. Sure enough. Arrows. Come here for arrows. I know that's a bloopy, so no point in even bothering with that one. Key. Any luck? Nope, just hearts. I mean, I'll take the hearts, but the bombs were more what I was worried about. How about now? You gonna drop it now? Hey, there we go. For the record, beating the enemies in here will drop a chest. It's just a bloopy, though, so don't worry if you don't feel like getting it. Okay, why did the jump attack not kill the first guy, but it got him in one go? What the heck? Yes, I do know I need a key, but I had to unlock that door to get to the key. So now, let's go get the key. Any hearts? Any hearts? Nope, no hearts. Okay. Why do you throw the key off to the side like that, man? Alright, where's the last one? Oh, there he is. Can we target him? Maybe? No? Yes, I realize doing this with a hook shot / long shot is borderline impossible. There we go. And now, the part that everybody asked for whenever they were playing through the game, of using the iron boots more after the water temple. So many people are disappointed that they may not ever get to use them again. Well, for those 2 people, I suppose they can rejoice knowing that their wish was in fact granted. Is he walking, like... It feels like he's leaning to one side. That looks really weird. I've never seen that before. Or I've just never noticed it, one of the two. Which, I mean, that is also possible. I just never noticed it. Oh yeah, this is that room that I mentioned earlier when I was going through the well or the water temple, whichever it was, where the room is completely pointless in terms of the enemies and dodging stuff, because the key's right here. Just get that and leave. Well, if you had given me the opportunity, but nope. Through the door, please. Thanks. There's a block pushing puzzle here. Let's ignore it, shall we? Well, we might be able to get to Bongo in the next 10 minutes. I feel like it's not going to take 10 minutes to do the 2 remaining rooms that are necessary. 3 if you want to count the liaison room of the invisible maze with all the floor masters hanging around in it. Well, since we got nothing to do while we're waiting on the boat ride, let's fight some Stalfos, shall we? Jeez, got him before he even landed. Get out of here. It basically would have been kind of fun to just leave them there and let them fall with the boat, but eh. It's fine. Good thing you weren't standing, like, in it. Well, no, that actually should have technically gone through Link based on where I was standing. That should have skewered him like a pineapple. Oh well. He's none the worse for wear, so it's fine. Alright, so I believe it's this one and the one directly opposite where we are that are the 2 correct ones. Yep, this is where the boss key is. And the other one should be the invisible floor master. Excuse me, don't mind me. Just leave this guy to burn to death in the background, which is now the foreground. That's a spicy boss key. Sir, please go back to sleep. What the hell? I was not anywhere close to... That's twice now where they've, like, done that, and they've not been anywhere even remotely close to where I was. Nope. How do I... Is it just right here? Oh, okay, it's just right here. That works. Hi, Mr. Floor Master. I'm afraid you've left me with no option but to also kill the children. Oh nice, I got all 3 with that spin attack. I thought I only got 2 of them. Must have gotten 2 at the same time, I guess. Cool. Anything worthwhile in here? I mean, I'll need those for the boss fight, yes. Yeah, that's more I was hoping for. Wiggle, wiggle around. Ow! What do you think you're doing, boy? Haha, you missed! I'll leave you here to tend to that wound that I just left in your wrist. I know those are just arrows. One of these magic, one of them's a heart, I believe. Nope, arrows, my mistake. It's probably not going to make a difference, but I will grab the heart that's up here. In case you wondered how to get to this, Song of Time. There's some more up there, which I believe you need the Scarecrow song for, which I did not create, therefore I cannot reach. And even if I could, I probably wouldn't bother with that much. And as expected, we are here well before the perceived time that I thought we might be cutting close for just barely getting here within 5 hours. We easily had another 5 minutes there. Alright, Mr. Bongo Bongo. Since the Phantom Ganon fight went incredibly easy, I expect this to provide more of a challenge. Because it seems like those are always directly proportional. If one's hard, the other's easy, and vice versa. And since Ganon decided to play nice, he probably will not. Yep, already not. Alright. Thanks, camera. Ah! Christ's sake. No. I do not want that. You can get this guy in a loop, he's not too terrible. There we go, nice and simple. I'm impressed. Usually at least one of those would cause a problem in a run. Crushed them both pretty easily. Usually he's the easier of the two to crush because he's just more difficult from, like, he won't cooperate. Phantom Ganon's just the technical aspect of the arena being too small. So I'd much rather deal with this guy than Phantom Ganon. But that wasn't too terrible, now was it? Nope, not quite. Oh well. Just a tiny little bit of magic's not too bad. So not only did we get to Bongo Bongo before the 5 hour mark, we beat him before it too. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting to at least go into like 502, 503. That was like, what? That couldn't have been much more than a minute and a half tops. That was pretty quick. That might be one of the fastest runs I've had against him, honestly. I probably beaten him faster when I had the big Goron sword, but that was largely pretty clean other than that first hit that he got on me. So we have a pretty decent shot at getting to Ganon's Tower within 6 hours, depending on how fast the Spirit Temple goes. Since the Spirit Temple is one of the other bosses that I can have problems with the technical aspect of Phase 1 of it, of one of them being on screen, I need to reflect the shot to the other one, and the other one's just off screen somewhere. And she will explain everything. That's a lie, she doesn't really explain everything. Like, fills in a good amount of the questions, but doesn't solve them all, so... Now I put my power, which should be helpful to you. I see somebody learned how to use commas in their sentences today. Have to add in that extra clause to make it sound nicer. Heck yeah, under 5 hours. Also, there's the Ganondorf defeated, in case you didn't believe me from much earlier. But yes, it is in fact there. Alright, off to the desert. There's probably a warp that would technically make it get faster the desert, maybe like the Serenade of Water, but it's not enough of a difference for me to actually play it, swim across the lake, get Epona. Like it's all going to be relatively the same. I wish I could remember what my time was for the other one. I remember it was just like barely under like one of the hour marks, like 8 hours, 7 hours. I'm pretty sure it was like just barely under 9. Actually, is what it was. But that was getting all the upgrades too, so that includes like doing the Happy Mask Salesman side quests and stuff like that. Stuff that will take a decent amount of time to do. Still up here, phone? Nope. She is not. Surprised that still gave me to me because I heard a wrong note in there. Didn't forget it, just, again, was hitting the buttons too fast. Alright. Pick up some arrows here? Nope. I know they give you some in and around Gerudo's Fortress, so it's not that big a deal. Yes, you stop while you're next to that wall. Very good parallel parking of your horse. Not many know how to do that. It's very, very important. And here we are again for the first time, because we didn't come here as a kid, at Gerudo Valley. Now that we're, you know, like, pretty good chunk of the way through the game. After we get captured, I'm going to play the Sunsong to switch it to day. Actually, I might just switch it to day right here. I might actually just go ahead and hop off, and that way we can hear the music for it at least. Since it's night, it's not playing anything other than just the default night sounds. I don't want to waste time, but part of me is genuinely curious if they throw you in there and then you play the Sunsong. Because I know you could warp out with any of the warp songs, sure, but would it default you back to here? Or because they had that transition, would you get defaulted back into the jail cell? Hey guys, how's it going? What you doing? You having a good time? It's really good. I'm not sure how they managed to capture you while you're riding around on a horse. Like, it's not like you are, you know, on the ground on foot like Link does, where he stops and puts his hands in the air. Like, you can just run him over, really. It's no big deal. Let's get the lens off. I'm not going to be needing that. Nice tuck and roll there. Hi. Yeah, we get to fight the Gerudo guards too. Almost forgot about them. If you can get us out of here, we will repay the favor somehow. But be careful, there's sure to be Gerudo guards somewhere. Woo, watch out. My name's not Woo, it's Link. Alright, I'm very sure I got her at least twice just then, but apparently the game did not seem to think so. Let's try that once again, only this time maybe the game will count my sword slashes. That would be nice. Alright, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure you've taken enough hits, because the jump attack counts for double. Oh, that's just swell. I'm Ichiro. I know that's not how you pronounce it. It's Ichiro, I'm pretty sure. We don't care about the Gerudo anymore. They're so rude. It's literally in their name, you idiot. Also, they're all female. Like, they're an all-female group, and you went in there trying to join them knowing this, and then were surprised when you got captured. This is why they don't let very many men into their ranks other than the one that's born every 100 years. Idiots like those guys running around, I mean, you can't really blame them for that. Hello, guy who apparently is a mouth breather of the highest order because he's just constantly opening and closing his mouth. And I'm not referring to him talking. That's like a type of... I mean, I get it. It's the desert. It's hot, sure. But, like, jeez, dude. Like, you're just in a cell. You're not doing anything. You're inside, so that makes it slightly better. Why is my spin attack not working? Oh, right, that doesn't work on them anyway, because they just backflip out away from it. Alright, that's fine then. You're a cute kid. I just murdered that guard. Maybe don't call me that. Just the roof, huh? Oh, no one did give me a heart out of that. I was just too close to it. That was why I didn't see it. Right in the boob. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Just an arrow to the head. It's fine. That's never killed anyone before. Doing this slightly out of order, but I want to make sure I don't forget this dude. But you must have a lot of guts to make it past all the guards around here. All of my fellow carpenters are in prison somewhere in here. Well, I mean, only you and one other guy at this point, but, you know, he has no way of knowing that. Gonna attack them into submission. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ironic since we're freeing carpenters. He's probably worried about me. Not really. He's more just upset that you bailed on him. Now let's go back and get what's usually the third guy. For most. That guy's usually the last one that people save because he's kind of the one that's hard to get to. Probably the fastest way to get back there is just going to be to hop down to where the second one was and just take the normal path from there. Dude, you didn't get me from there. Give me that crap. I've never seen that guard get me from all the way over there. Link, you okay? Got a mild heart attack there. Yeah, that's what you get. I was just gonna lead us back into the area with the kitchen. As I always call it, it's not actually a kitchen. Well, I mean, technically it is. They're cooking the food in there, so I guess that does qualify as a kitchen. Yeah, we went back the way we came the first time we went through here, but now... Or no, we didn't go back the way we came, we just took a different path. Don't need those. So yeah, I guess it is just the 60 rupees that are required to get through the game. The 20 for the diving game, and the 40 for the Deku Shield at the very beginning of the game. I'm pretty sure this actually isn't the way to go. For the one that we're missing, anyway. That's the way we came, right? Yeah, that's the way we came. So it's got to be the only remaining option. Which is down here. I think this is correct. Oh, that was weird. Yep, there we go. Hello, mouth breather number 4. Yes, they will absolutely repay the favor by fixing the bridge that we crossed with Epona and therefore had no need for them to fix. I'll steal your rupees while I'm fighting you. Shame you can't just do like you do with a Fire Temple Goron, where you could just like open it and leave. But no, you actually gotta talk to them all. They said in order to cross the Haunted Wasteland, you'll need the Eye of Truth. Colossus on the far side of the wasteland. Yep, it is. So drop by sometime. Yeah, I almost never do that because there's no reason to. There's a dude in there you can race back to Kokiri Forest, but he will always just barely beat your time. Like, even if you glitch it and do it in 1 second, he'll still somehow be like, nope, you are too slow. It's like, yes, you managed to beat a time of 1 second going across the world that I literally cheated to get. About getting added to this membership reminds me of the Bombers, of like them kicking Skull Kid out and letting you join them instead. The only difference is the membership card is basically just access to the training ground and not getting caught. Well, that and the horseback archery. As opposed to Bomber's Notebook, which is much, much more comprehensive. Such a good song. Just gonna let this play for a minute here. Alright. Might as well do the Haunted Wasteland trials. Trial number 1. We've done it. We've beaten the trial. That was it. It's not a very hard trial compared to the second one. It's actually kind of hard to see through the sandstorm here. It's namely on one in particular that's tough to get. It's that one that I just did that I actually had to stop and look around. That's the one that always gives me trouble. Oh, that's great. Game. I need to be able to see. Yeah, that was why I needed to be able to see. It wouldn't let me turn the lens back on. Cool, that's really helpful, thanks. Maybe don't do that. It's one thing to not be able to go in the pause menu, it's another to be able to not literally put an item on that I need to put on. Do this from here? Nope. I actually have to go up there. Alright. All because I was trying to save magic. That's what I get for doing that. Not like it matters, since I could just, you know, go to the Great Fairy and get, when I get Neighbor's Love, and that would automatically regen all the magic anyway. There's a box. Just hanging out here. Levers. Alright, now onward. This reminds me of having to follow the seahorse in Majora's Mask. Seahorse isn't quite as bad as this, though. The seahorse, I feel like, doesn't take as much time. And here we are, the Desert Colossus. Feels like we were here not that long ago. Probably because it's been, like, you know, about 10 days. Granted, it wasn't me that was here, but still. Yeah, you keep spinning, little buddies. That's a good dodge on that lever right there. Nope, that's not the right menu. And there we go. The final one that I'll be picking up, since, like I promised, I will not be going for the double defense. Since I did a 3-heart run, like, I've got 11 here, so, like, this is more than what I have normally in a 3-heart run. Even with the double defense, that would still equate to 6, so having 11 at the end of this boss fight will be more than what I'm used to, so there's no point in me adding more on top of that. How convenient the camera panned so we wouldn't get the nice ass shot of her bending forward like that. And there's love. Yeah, because it drains your magic, and it's like half your magic bar if you're at the double meter, and it's a full magic bar if you're at the half. It's enough to get you through a fight as young Link, though, with the Dark Nut. All the levers wiggling around. I like how you don't have to read it, you can just literally enter and leave. Much like the, getting a bonus, or not a bonus song, getting the weird egg earlier. You can just walk into where Hyrule Castle is, leave, go back to the bazaar, and walk right back in again. Goodbye, Mr. Owl. You will not be missed by anyone. As long as you hold the Master Sword on Ocarina, you hold time itself in your hands. But for now, Lubbock wins. They will send her away into the great unknown. And for the final time, outside of the ending cutscene where he puts it back, we shall sheathe the Master Sword. We'll pull it one more time, but that's the last time putting it away. I am actually going to check the bazaar, see if they've got Deku Sticks available, and if they do, I'm going to buy as many as I can, which will be 8, since that's as many as I can hold is only 10. However, I would like those for the Dark Nut fight, make it go by a little bit faster. If they're available here. If they're not, then no big deal. They are available here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. And I was already carrying 2. And since I do in fact have a math minor, I should probably know that 8 plus 2 equals 10. I'd be a little sad if I didn't know that. Also the fact that, you know, I'm 26 and wouldn't know that would also be very sad. Alright, here we go. Hi, Naboru. How you doing? Sorry, I hit the wrong button. I got mash happy. There we go. Good timing. Go hit me the silver gauntlets. He stole from women and children, and he even killed people. Yes, tyrants have never done such a horrible thing. Not a single one. It's like they say, like, Ganondorf and his minions are using this temple as a way, but then the only way I can sneak in is by using the gauntlets. But it's like, aren't you second in command? Shouldn't you know other ways to be able to get in other than using the gauntlets? Apparently that answer would be no. To work. Nope, I want those. Even your cheating ways cannot stop me, game. Hi. Not interested, thanks. Why did it go the wrong way? Yeah, great. Can we go after what I'm trying to do here? Can we stop going the wrong way for no reason? Why is it going the wrong way over and over? I've never seen it do that before. Come on. Alright, fine. You know what? There. There we go. My god, that was way too much work just to get it to cooperate. I was really hoping there'd be a heart in one of those, but no. Oh, thank goodness. At least get that infernal noise taken care of. Nope, no fireballs for you. Goodbye, Anubis. I could go over there and try to break those pots, but I'm not going to risk taking a hit and then falling into the pit on top of that. So we'll just ignore it altogether. Excuse me, can I help you? Fine, I guess he's gonna go off to the great beyond once more. I did not let go of that. The game decided that I would be letting go of that. Nope. That's gonna count as a hit against me, isn't it? Yep, it is. Yep, because I had full control of what was going on over there. There was definitely not an animation going on in which I literally could do nothing. No, get your own key. This one's mine. You little cheater pumpkin eaters. I'm leaving. At least I know there's going to be restocks for a couple things in here. Namely, bombs and Deku Nuts. And the slingshot ammo, yes. Let's say, as long as you can get that guy, it works. There's no keys or in here or anything, so... Yes, that is a light. Thank you. Moving on. That guy just disappeared in the wall, okay. Ah, of course. Okay, there's that. There's that. And last but not least, the final puzzle in this room. Easily the biggest puzzle room for Child Link in any of the dungeons. You gotta get all the rupees to get the one of the torches lit to light all the torches, and then you still have to push this as well. You're probably gonna have to get rid of all the BMOs to do all that. Alright. Sure, I'll take that. Probably the same thing, yep, rupee, which would have been a heart had I not been in full. Well, if the camera would be so kind as to get away from that. Nice. Now give me your hearts, sir. Because you always drop 3 hearts or 3 rupees if you're at full. And don't feel bad about using up all the Deku sticks for once, because this is the last section we'll be doing as a kid. We're just picking this up, watching the cutscene, and then we are off to the adult section. We're definitely not going to get to Ganon's tower in under 6 hours, but we might get the medallion in under 6. So we got, what, 23 and a half minutes from this point. Big issues, we're about to lose another, like, minute and a half here. Just watching this cutscene, flipping back over, and then getting here. It'll probably be about... 5:39 on the timer. By the time we're back here as an adult. Using black magic on me. That's racist. Also, that was purple. It actually looks like a lighter color because it's night. It usually looks like a darker purple than it was there. So I think when Icarus had this cutscene, I think it was during the day. I don't think it was during night. Pretty sure. I almost just played the Requiem of Spirit. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Yes, let's teleport 5 feet from where we are. That seems like a good idea. Alright, well, see you in the endgame credits, young Link. My brain is just trying to play all sorts of the wrong songs there. That time I was thinking Nocturne of Shadow, and that would have also been wrong. I'm gonna be stupid and not bring a fairy in here, and probably regret it later. I'm impressed I did not get hit there, because I definitely should have. Nah, no thanks, I'm good. Let's go here. So I do this time. I messed this up last time I tried to do it. Yeah, there we go. You can make it without the hover boots. Hello, Mr. Like. I know you're gonna drop from the right here real quick. So I'm gonna ignore you. not all the way over there. And now we killed the children! Oh, did we get all three? I guess we got all three. Alright. That's twice now when I've killed one of the invisible ones where I could have sworn I only got 2 of them, but apparently I got all 3. That's gonna be a restock / bloopy. That will be a chest that will freeze you. And this will be the actual answer. For anybody that cares, the last one will drop another Wall Master on you. So you should probably just not bother at all. There we go. I was supposed to say I was on it for a split second there. I was waiting for a moment where I actually did need to switch on my C items. Switch them up at some point, but just didn't want to wait that long to get the boots off. That. Talk about a point-blank shot, my god. There we go. Okay, there's that. That just creates a little pillar of fire. That switch, by the way, to kill the Anubis if you don't have any magic power, so you don't get stuck in there where you can't do anything. Some hidden chests here on the sides, if you need them. Pretty sure they're just restocks. Once they lose that armor, they're no threat at all. Yeah. It looks so nice. I want it. In case anyone thought I was lying. Oh, whoopee, these are just gonna be 2 recovery hearts, aren't they? Wow, that's lame. Would have rather taken the restocks on bombs and arrows, honestly. Bummer. Oh well. Drop bombs? bombs out of curiosity? No? How about your friend here? Hey, he dropped them. Don't need to deal with that puzzle, thanks. It sounded like the music was glitching slightly there. Yeah, with that, we are just about done. I always forget how short the adult half of the Spirit Temple is. It always feels like there's 2 or 3 more rooms than there actually are. See, that's the downside about traps. They really only work when they get you by surprise, and if they don't get you by surprise, they're not very effective. I didn't really need to kill those guys, but I figured I might as well. Restocks. Mostly just magic. Bit odd since the boss does not use magic. Or sorry, you do not use boss. You do not use magic against the boss. There we go. Third time lucky. The boss does in fact use magic. You just don't need anything like fire arrows or anything to eliminate them. Or even the little, like, pre-boss beforehand, for that matter. Ah yes, the ho-ho-ho and hee-hee-hees. Everyone's favorite. Together at last. We should teach him a lesson. We'll make our minion do it, though. I feel like snapping your fingers that effectively would be very hard in a suit of armor, but I've never worn one, so I cannot confirm. That was a good mini-boss. Very quality. Much approved. Hey, Naboru, how you been? She's just a little girl. Well, I mean, she was a fully grown woman when we met her as a kid, so now add 7 to whatever age that was. Like, she was probably at least 16, 17 when we first met her, so that would put her at 23, 24. Which, like, granted, yeah, I would consider still a kid, but that would be younger than I am now, so... Alright. We got 8 minutes to kill them and get the medallion. I don't feel like that's enough time, but we'll see. Mostly because I'm not using the Big Goron sword, because I didn't pick it up, and Phase 2 is going to take a little bit more time as a result, and so I don't feel like that's going to... I don't feel like I can get under that window. If I can, I'll get under the window of killing them in 6 minutes, but not of getting the heart container, leaving, watching the cutscene, and then getting the medallion. That will probably push me over 6. But oh well. Spin them right round, like a record. So I'm gonna try something that I've not tried before. It feels like this is what desyncs him sometimes, so I'm gonna try. Maybe I should stay on the middle platform for this one. I'm so used to not staying on the middle platform for most boss fights if they've got the option. Like, I don't ever do that for Morpha. And even though we did this semi-recently, I've already forgotten how many hits it takes to get them into Phase 2. I can't remember if it's 4, 5, or 6. Yeah. This is the technique part of the fight that just sometimes does not work. Where they're just like, I'm going to go off screen now, goodbye. As that counted. I think I've gotten her all 3 times with it, actually. I think it's been the ice getting deflected and hitting the fire one. So that's 4. Are we moving to Phase 2? Alright, cool. I'd rather deal with Phase 2 because Phase 2 is easier. It's just more time consuming, that's all. Only about 2.5 minutes, and that was with a missed shot, mind you. Ice, alright, ice it is. Hopefully they won't decide to be jerks and shoot 2 of one spell and then switch it up with the wrong one. Well, not that time at least. You'd think they realize that this is not working and that, like, you know... Because you could literally just stand in the center of the field and just do this, and it's fine. Oh, you still take the damage from that. Cool. Great, so now no matter what they shoot, it's only me 2, and then I'm gonna have to dodge. Oh, well, now they went back to ice, so maybe. I was expecting 2 more fires, which would have put me at 2, and then they would have just started firing or shooting ice at me. Probably shouldn't use the phrase firing ice. That's just going to make it more complex than it needs to be. Oh, we did! Yeah. About 3.5 minutes before the almighty 6-hour mark. So we might get the medallion in under 6. Maybe. Let me close, because we have to watch this, too. This is going to take another 30 seconds of these two screaming my ankle at each other. Da, 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 da. Your twins, don't try to lie about your age. There's a butt shot of Link. I'll come back to haunt you. Don't you mean will come back to haunt you? Oh, hello. That was a very interesting shot. Lucky number 11. And now, the final medallion. We've got 2 minutes to get through this cutscene to see if we can get it in under the 6-hour mark. It will look really sad on the clock going from 4 to 6, even though the Shadow Medallion clock was 4:59, so it was basically 5. It's going to be almost exactly an hour between the two medallions. Now I'm gonna kick their ass. Nothing like a good old revenge story. I feel like she's the one that monologues the least when giving you the medallion. Like, Raru's the most, obviously. Nice. What was the promise you made back then? Oh, right, I'll give you something good. Yeah, that doesn't sound creepy at all when referring to an adult talking to a kid. I get the effect they were looking for on the eyes, but the fact he's got those, like, red lines, it's just like, yeah, you should probably, see a doctor about that. Alright. That leaves only one more dungeon. I mean, we warped in here, we didn't run in, but sure, we'll go with that. This is going to give me a chance to pee, so I know we're almost at the end, but you know what? You can enjoy watching the rest of this. Ah, good. I missed absolutely nothing. The legend came true. Well, yes, this is a video game, so all legends are 100% going to come true. They may not be accurate, like they may have gotten changed or altered, but like, are they coming to pass? Yes, absolutely. Because the Apple of Enlightenment couldn't predict this. The light, it burns. I do find it a bit odd that, bearing in mind she has to keep herself disguised for 7 years, that she still has like a dress that fits her. Because what would be the point of even making one if you're trying to keep yourself disguised? And obviously the one that she wore as a kid isn't going to fit her. She's grown like 2 feet since then. Something I could never expect happened. The Master Sword was in there, not the Triforce. I guess to be fair, they didn't know, like, part of the legend is that evil people can't even, like, touch the Master Sword. And so even if Ganondorf had actually gotten the Sacred Stones and the Ocarina and knew the song and played it and opened the door, if it is actually, like, locked, if the Triforce is locked behind, quote-unquote, locked behind the Master Sword, like, you have to pull it in order for the Triforce to appear. He literally couldn't have done anything. Unless he cheated and found somebody that could pull the sword and made them do it. The almighty arrow of light. Not as broken as it is in Wind Waker, tragically, where it will one-shot absolutely everything. Very excited about that arrow of light. You foolish traitor. I mean, she wasn't really ever on your side, so I don't know if that qualifies as being a traitor. Slightly, you turned the world evil 4 hours ago when I fixed everything you did. After 7 years, I fixed it in 4 hours. Alright, Ganon, see you there. For the record, the Ganondorf defeated and Ganon defeated times, specifically when I'm going to hit the button to pause those. For Ganondorf, it will be exactly like the moment where he falls and jokingly his cape falls through him and like he just face plants on the ground. For Ganon, it will be right when Link does the final stab into his head. Oh right, we also haven't been here yet. I'm used to going here to pick up one of the Skulltulas pretty early on. Usually whenever I'm grabbing the Prelude of Light as well. It's Rauru, the sage. Oh, the sage, I'm glad you clarified it, because I knew many Raurus. I needed to make sure it was you. So, do you get this cutscene of, like, save Princess Zelda if you get all the medallions and then don't go to the Temple of Time, you actually go here first? Like, I know you still need the light arrow to beat the game. Like, yeah, I got that part, but... Another thing to check that I've never checked before. Alright, here we are. Ganon's castle. It's just bloopy. Yeah. What do you freaking do? Nice. Usually I have a little bit more trouble with that one. Good shot. Look at that beautiful frame rate. Delicious. Not sure why this puzzle's on a timer. Is this a room so cold that you can only survive in it for 2 minutes? Tried to restock that earlier. Probably won't need it. Hopefully won't need it. We'll find out, though. I could have sworn I grabbed 2 things of blue fire. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to reset. Get a funny arrow animation here, perchance? Nope. Oh well. Yeah, that looked like it was too low. I should have aimed high if I was gonna do that. Which I'm not really aiming him at all. I'm just being like, oh well, that's in line of what I'm trying to hit, so. Now to the important one. No, I have to hit the switch, that's what it is. Wasted my time killing that like. And the last pickup in the game, the gold gauntlets. A shame I kind of like silver more than gold as a color, and how they look in comparison to the rest of the outfit, but oh well. Thought that was gonna drop me in a pit, not gonna lie. There we go, there's the actual bundle of arrows that I wanted. As opposed to being like, oh, did you want a heart slash rupee? I feel like you wanted a heart slash rupee. Try to aim high here. There we go, that's pretty high. Nope, no dice. Wouldn't be saving all the female stages first, surprisingly? I mean, I know it's a, 4 out of 6 of them are, but if we're doing the Spirit one next... Nope, Fire and Light. Spirit will be last. Screw you and this pillar. Just throw it in the lava. Who needs it? Technically we do, that's why we throw it in the lava. Magic. Arrows? Nope. Heart. Alright, fine. Oh, we had it right in his crotch for a split second there. The arrow got him right in the balls. Beautiful. I thought we weren't going to get one, but we got a decent one there. That was a pretty good one right in the crotch. That's why he was hunched over after he first appeared. Give Ganon a nice little mini earthquake here. Piece of it just falls back and hits Link on the head. Alright, that's not gonna work. No, that will work. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't work. Why you have to... I mean, nah, that's too hard. thinking in game theory too hard. I was like, I don't know why you'd bother have to play like a song of the royal family in here. And I was like, well, this is where the castle for, you know, royalty used to be, so you could argue that there's like very deep within all the evil that there's still some good, but no, it's a completely different tower. And again, that's thinking too hard. Yeah, well, too bad, because I need that rupee. So now you're going to have to wait. No, you're going to have to wait, young man. Please let this... Thank you. There we go. Now the arrow just disappeared. That's the first one the arrow just straight up disappeared on. I feel like we'll be... Oh, I don't know. It's going to be cutting it close for the 7 minutes. I keep thinking, like, oh, yeah, we might be able to get to Ganon in under 7, and then it's like, well, we'll probably be running down the tower when it hits 7. Most of this dungeon is just doing the barriers. It's not so much the running up and killing the Armos or Stalfos or Lasalfos or... you know, whatever you have to kill. Sir, please do not. Go and pick it up. He already walked over there. Cool. Now time to let it see its one use of the entire game. Potentially two if I make a if I miss the shot here, which is also possible. Nope, we're good. Also the wrong one. Good lord. You're going wiggling around. Out of here. Last possible one. Nope. No thanks. Oh yes, a Deku Nut, that will come in handy in the final dungeon, I'm sure. Yeah, 5 out of 6 arrows that stayed in the air. That looked a little bit like an arrow to the knee, so... Yeah, 2, not bad. Alright, that's the barriers down. I'm very sure we can reach Ganon within the allotted time. It's not going to take 30 minutes to get up that tower. Most of it's just fighting mini-bosses that are pretty dang easy to take care of if you know how to deal with them. Other than that, it's just actually walking up there, which is still not that bad. Just gonna ignore these guys. Alright, what do we got? We got Donalfos! first set of Dinalphos we actually fought, since I just ignored all the ones in the Spirit Temple. Or no, I guess I did fight a few, but I think those might have been Los Alphos, because I don't think they were armored. If your buddy could stop hiding through the fire and the flames, I'd appreciate it. Oh, right, boss key. Probably want that. Take that too, why not? Alright, now it's the Iron Knuckles / Dark Nuts, correct? Yes. We'll fight the Salt first. Come on over. Get out of here. And I think that is all of them, correct? Yes, it is. Unlike Icarus, I should probably go ahead and take the restocks now, because if I don't, I'm never going to take them. I'll leave that other set there since I'm full on arrows and mostly magic. I more so wanted it for the hearts. Since for Ganon, you don't really need magic. I guess I'll be using the light arrows / Megaton Hammer. I'm so used to using the big Goron sword, it'll be a nice little treat to not be doing that for once. And here we are. Really, there's no reason for me to grab the hearts. I forgot he tops you off. But, oh well. Really, the arrows were the important thing. Hi, Zelda. It's been like all of half an hour since we last saw. Not even half an hour, probably closer to like 15-20 minutes. He looks so weird from the back like that. Playing, it looks like he has like really, really long hair. No, they're not. They're just registering that everybody's in the same room. They're not combining together. Because see, that shot right there, it looks like he doesn't have any hair at all. In the back. It's very different. Because of the waves of darkness, I can't get close. That's fine. I'm used to not L-targeting this guy. In fact, it'd be really weird if I could L-target him. I'd feel like it would be cheating, practically. Alright, well, now that I can actually face him the direction I was trying to, rather than where the game wanted me to go. expecting you to give up that quickly. Good lord. Man, he took it easy on me. Holy cow, that was pathetic. Like, he's not tough at all, but that might be the weakest fight I've ever had against Ganon in terms of how much... Like, he barely threw that back at me at all. I had to deflect it, like, what, maybe 10 times total? I don't know what it is with the bosses that usually give me trouble. They just didn't put up a fight at all. Like, Bongo Bongo was easy. Ganondorf was easy. Phantom Ganon was easy. I was expecting that to take a little more time than it did. Like, you know, not a lot, but maybe 2-3 minutes. He took it really freaking easy on me, though. Because usually you have to reflect it back, like, at least 7 to 8 times per round. I only had to do it, like, 3 or 4. I wonder if that had anything to do with putting in Link as my name, since I usually don't put in Link for the name. If, like, the game was like, oh, well... We're putting it in a slightly easier difficulty for the bosses. I doubt it. It's probably just RNG decides either yes, he can reflect it back this round, or no, he cannot reflect it back this round. And it just, the odds for him being able to reflect it just decrease each time he hits it back. Until eventually the odds are just so low that, or 0 completely to where he will just take the hit. But he stayed stunned for a really long time, too. I mean, he just let me wail on him every single cycle. I know the quick spin is the way to do damage, like, really fast, but he just, like, let me tear into him. I've never seen him do that before. Very underutilized music again. The escaping down the tower, you're running out of time music. Glad that didn't count against my health. And that one too. Hey, we can see her drop money because I wasn't full. Look at all that money. Beautiful. I'll leave it there as a reminder. So in case somebody watched Icarus' playthrough and went, oh, she doesn't drop money if you're full, well, there you go. You've just been proved wrong. Congratulations. I hope you're proud of yourself. I'm getting hit by all sorts of rocks in these guys. That's the 3rd time that's happened. It's fine. It was only half a heart. Zelda, come on. And stop trying to push me into the rocks. Just gonna ignore him. Or not. I was gonna try to swing at him and then the game said no. There we go. Get out of here. I was gonna say I just pull him out, Ocarina, play the Sunsong, and then I realized on the menu right there, you can't do that while this is going on. That's the best way to subdue them, other than like the jump attack from a distance. Well, I'm pretty sure now we're gonna get this in under 7. Because we got essentially 20 minutes to beat Ganon. It ain't gonna take 20 minutes to beat Ganon. Especially if he's as much of a pushover as Ganondorf was. Look at that beautiful frame rate. Mwah. It's finally over, other than the fact that it's not. Sorry I couldn't help you in the battle before. I mean, like, really, with how little of a fight he put up, probably didn't need your help. I love that Ganon has no subtitle, like everybody else does, up to including Dorf having the King of Evil. This time we fight together, great. I still don't recommend L-targeting in this fight, so that's going to be very nice, I suppose. Ah, I got rid of all the magic bots. Well, not that that would matter here. Not unless you're using the light arrows to stun him, which, I mean, you can do, but... I can't get the, spin attack with the hammer work at all. I was about to say, how did that not hit? But, alright, sure. I must feel like depending, like if you get a shot dead on with a hammer, it feels like it does multiple hits, but that might just be because I'm hearing the sound effect of it, like the clang sound effect, I'm hearing it more than once, so maybe that's just my imagination. Yeah, I can spin attack. I don't need to L target at all. I can just fire away, really. And if only Ganon were this easy to beat in Link to the Past. Man, not only are we going to be able to do this under 7, we're going to be able to do it under 6:45. I was not expecting that at all. One thing we got to do first. And there we go. I feel like that was a pretty good run. I feel like the pauses slash stupid mistakes I made, like the pause of getting rid of the bot, forgetting the hook shot, pausing for one other thing that I already forgot what it was. There's one other thing I paused on that it was like a slight waste of time. Easily got made up for and then some by the fact that a lot of the bosses just kind of rolled over and took it, honestly. Like, a lot of them did. I mean, Goma's easy, so I wouldn't say it rolled over and took it. Like, that's honestly about average for how the boss fight goes. King Dodongo took a little bit longer because I didn't want to waste the second Deku stick, so 3 rounds instead of 2, but that was like all of a maybe 5-second difference, really. Not that big a difference. Baronade, that was about an average fight for Baronade. Phantom Ganon, like I said, he just rolled over and took it. Volvagia, that's about an average fight. Morpha, about an average fight. Bongo Bongo rolled over and took it. And Twin Rova rolled over and took it. And Ganondorf and Ganon absolutely rolled over and took it. So, like, at worst, they were about average fights. Like, I didn't have any where it's like, oh yeah, I usually play this way better. So, largely, it was pretty dang easy. At least in terms of the boss fights. Just a couple, like, minor goof-ups of forgetting the hook shot and a few pauses. Really, the only thing that's dumb was forgetting the hook shot. I don't know how I managed to do that, but yeah, not too terribly bad, honestly. I am happy with that time. I was expecting 7, maybe a little bit over 7, somewhere between 7, 7.5. So to see under 6:45 is very rewarding. I'm glad I got that. Really was not expecting to see a time that low. I honestly don't know if I could beat that time, like, without, you know, knowing a little bit more strategy, but I feel like if I played it the same way and didn't make those mistakes slash pauses I did, then it would probably still average out just because the bosses just gave up, practically. And that if they didn't, I guess I can go ahead and scroll through this even though there's no timer. Like, if I fought the bosses and had, like, an pretty normal run with all of them, like I would with Ganondorf, with Morpha, with Phantom Ganon, that would have pushed it probably into 650, if not more. Like, I would have overall had a higher time if I had made no mistakes in terms of forgetting things or pausing to check things and having average boss fights than the run it is, so I'm very lucky with those boss fights. Return you to your original time. Or I could just put the sword back in the pedestal. That could also work. Especially since you have to do that anyways, at least based on what we see at the end of the game. Well, in the meantime, thank you all for indulging in my stupidity of feeling like doing a run of this game. I think the last run we did of anything, period, was Galaxy, which I didn't get finished because I ran out of time because I kept screwing up on, like, near the end of the game. Like, I had somewhere between 100 to 110 stars, I think, and just ran out of time due to making multiple mistakes. But it helps that I just watched someone play this recently and played little bits and pieces of it myself recently, so that made it a little bit easier. At some point, I do want to do a proper race, though, with this one, with probably with Harmless Guy. I doubt with Icarus. I don't think that would I don't think that'd be a fair fight since she just beat the game for the first time like a few days ago, and most of which of the gameplay had been done like several weeks, if not months ago, and so the first half she would remember like next to nothing. I feel like if Harmless Guy had played it once, like even just once, maybe twice, but probably just once, that would be enough to make it a semi-close fight. Maybe have stuff like certain bit donations can force me to like flip my controller upside down for a certain amount of time. Stuff you see like TRG Coliseum. Which also, shout out to them, at least in terms of when this was recorded. They just finished their weekend. Well, not just finished. It's Wednesday. But the previous weekend was their Coliseum. And they raised almost $500,000 for Direct Relief. So mega props to them for that. I got to tune in for a tiny chunk of the very end of them doing Bowser's Fury. And it was fun to watch. I'm actually really excited to get around to doing that at some point. Because I 100%ed 3D World on Switch. Like, I mean, got all the stamps, beat every character, or beat every level with every character, everything on that, and never touched Bowser's Fury because I got burnt out on doing the actual game, which is entirely fair because that's quite a bit of work. Pretty much just, that was back when I was working, you know, like 10 to 14 days in a row, and just would wake up like 2 hours before work and just play a little bit and play a little bit more and play a little bit more, and eventually finished it. Yes, let the horse run free. I don't even know if you get that cutscene if you don't save Epona, but she was in fact saved. That is one of the things I could have done to cut down time. Like, I could have not gotten the Sunsong, I could have not gotten Epona, but I feel like for any run, unless you're like glitching your way in, like you have to help Epona. That's just like part of the game, really. But yeah, if I truly skipped everything that I needed to, I could have gotten under 6.5, probably. Like, barely, but I could have. Not doing the Epona stuff would have, you know, that would have knocked it down by probably like 7 to 8 minutes. Not messing up with the hookshot and stuff would have kicked it probably down to about 6:29, 6:28. And just like a few other like tiny mistakes, not huge ones, but enough to where I could have gotten it under 6.5, but I'm totally happy with that time. You know, if my computer remembers to save it, I'll absolutely have it there to try to beat it at some point, but that definitely feels like a time that I can hang my hat on. There weren't that many carpenters, you silly goose. Look at him juggle those chickens. Can, kick a little, can, tell me who's the man. But yeah, it was fun to play this. I enjoyed it. I don't think I'd ever do a run of Majora, because, like, that would just be weird. And I'd have to, like, go through and play it again, because it's been a while since I played it. I'd also have to figure out what I don't actually need to do because I'm so used to doing everything in the game that it'd be like, okay, what all can I skip? What do I not need here? But it will also be weird not doing the second half of the game with a razor sword. Or the gilded sword, rather. And just using the default sword. I almost feel like it's worth the time to go and do it, you know? And it's almost worth the time, except for the last dungeon, it's worth getting the stray fairies, too. For most of them, because it's not that big of a time deficit, and it's worth the upgrade you get. Like, the bigger spin attack's worth it. The double magic is absolutely worth it. The double defense, yeah, you could argue no by that point, depending on how many hearts you have, which, if I was doing a run like that, similar to this, it would be 5, so you probably would want the double defense then, because Majora's Wrath is kind of rough. And now the saddest goodbye in any game, worse than Lee having to say goodbye to Clementine or anything else you could possibly think of. I'm pretty sure most of us saw that where they're like, and good riddance. See ya never. It's a shame they got whoever worked on the little game that was going on, I think got the C&D from Nintendo or something else, but they made like a little mini-game of, mini-game being a small game, not mini-game as in like a Mario Party mini-game, of Link searching for Navi, and it was really cool. Like, the 3D models were largely stuff you'd see in this game or Majora, but the worlds were all their own, and they were like little small-esque worlds. It was really cool. It's kind of like having, you know, like 3 to 5 worlds in Mario 64 all kind of like clumped together in one different thing where they all have their own areas that connect together rather than having the paintings, having like a physical pathway to connect through them. So it was really cool in that regard. Blip. The Legend of Zelda R. Ocarina of Time TM. The end. And with that, we will go ahead and end it off here. Which means I can get out of this chair. I need to get a new chair at some point. This one is definitely starting to fall apart on me. Arms are going out a little bit, and the padding for my butt has definitely expired. But that is another job for another day. Thank you all for watching. We probably won't do Icarus's next blind playthrough this Saturday/Sunday. We are still going to do a stream, but I want to run through the game I'm going to have her play next, which I've not done yet. I've beaten the game before, and I'm like 99.9% sure it is the game we're doing, but I still want to play through it myself to kind of know what to look out for. If I've got a guide up, is the guide actually useful, that kind of thing. So, in the meantime, thank you all for watching, and I will see you at very latest on Sunday. I think it will be a Saturday, but I'm not 100% sure. But, as usual, you can keep up with my Discord to figure that out. Take care, y'all, and I'll see you in the next one.